The year has come and gone. And I will say, and those of you that watch our newsletters and stuff, I look forward to 2022 with hope and anticipation. We talked about it as directors across the city today, about how we as the city of Nampa have a message of hope and anticipation for what's ahead. We're going to leave division and challenges behind us, and we're going to look to the future. And we have an amazing team that I have the opportunity to work with both in city staff and then as a city council. And I am so thankful for our community and for a new 2022. So here we go. So as we get started, I love this tradition, and it's our tradition, and Pastor Dan has been here before, that our tradition is to open in prayer. And tonight's a special night because not only is it the beginning of a new year, but it's also a night that we're changing one council member, and which we will miss greatly. But as we launch into this new season, I just so appreciate Pastor Dan praying. I think you prayed the first night when I was sworn in. In fact, I know you did. And I so appreciated that. And so thank you for being back here tonight to open and to begin our year in prayer.
I just wanted to read what a friend sent me. I know we're not supposed to do that, but I thought it was really, really good for 2022. So numbers in the Bible mean things, and 20 means redemption. 22 means light. So maybe the Lord is saying something about this year coming up, that it could be a year of redeeming light. Maybe the things that over the last couple years we've had taken away from us, maybe by us being the light, we redeem the places that are dark and dispel fear, division, hatred, anger, the things that have caught up our world right now. So I just wanted to bless our city, and it's a privilege to be here again tonight to pray. I always pray that Nampa would be a city of unity, and that we would work together for the betterment of every citizen of our city. So join me in prayer. So dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you, Lord, like your word says, to lift up prayers for all people and those that are before us that serve. We thank you for Jeannie Munchie and her time serving as city council. We know that she'll continue serving our city and the people of Nampa well in her other capacities. And we thank you that she was faithful in serving the city. We bless her, Lord. We also pray for those that will begin new terms tonight. We pray for them to have a prosperous terms, Lord. We pray for our mayor. It's a privilege to be here again to pray and intercede for her, for Jim, for their family, Lord Jesus, and their families. We thank you for them saying yes to you. And we just pray for the grace and protection that this year and this term will require, Lord. We just pray. We thank you for how she served faithfully, Lord, the last 4 years. And I believe our city is in a much better spot than it was even a few years ago. And there's hope in our city. And we thank you for that. We thank you for her faithfulness. We pray for every single city council person tonight, Lord. We pray for Natalie Jangula that will start her term tonight, Lord. We bless her, Lord, too, and let her serve our city faithfully also. And we just pray for unity, Lord. Even though we have different opinions and different perspectives, help us to do what is right, and let discord not lead to division, Lord. And we just bless all the work that will be done here tonight by the city council and the mayor and the staff, Lord Jesus. We thank you for them. We also thank you for all that serve our city well, the police, first responders, Lord, the volunteers. There's so many. Every single person that serves in our city, the teachers that make this such a great place to live, Lord. And we just pray wherever there is darkness, we pray, Lord, that you would rise up redeeming light to stomp out the darkness and to move out the darkness, Lord. So we thank you for all that you do. It's a privilege to be here tonight and to live in our city. We thank you for all that you do. We pray for our state, our nation, our world. Let your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Amen.
Amen. And thank you for leading us in the pledge.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Brunner?
Here.
Mucci?
Here.
Bauer? Here. Haverfield?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
The next thing on our agenda this evening is the consent agenda. And as we get ready to approve that, I don't have any proposed amendments to the agenda. Does anyone else?
No.
No? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
So moved. Second.
You're going to do all of them tonight, aren't you?
There's only a couple, so
I know.
so who got that one?
Jacob.
There you go. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Bauer?
For those in the audience that are not aware of why we were smiling and laughing, it's because there's always a little bit of competition over who moves. And since it's Jean's last opportunity, but Jacob jumped in. It was great, so that's why we smile. The order of our agenda is a little different this evening. We are moving to number 7 on the agenda, and this is unfinished business. And so there's one action item there, 7.1 on the agenda. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS7. This is a single-family residential zoning district, potential development agreement, and subdivision preliminary plat for Cayuse Meadows subdivision at 826 West Dooley Lane for John Pasco.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 826 West Dooley Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 6.46 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and zoned RS7, declaring that said lands by proper legal description be described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS7 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recording, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
It is requested to pass under suspension of rules, and I would like to give Councilwoman Munchy the opportunity to make this motion.
So moved under suspension of rules.
Second.
And seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
I guess I would stand for a motion to adjourn sine die to move into the next portion of our meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
The next portion of our agenda is the opportunity to provide recognitions and the swearing in of our new council members. So I'm going to move down and ask Jean to come down with me. And so this is the next section. It's just going to be a little different. So here we go. Yeah, come on down. You can come on down if you want to. Victor, you can come down and be standing. Okay, so you've got all those. I gotta grab this. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, go ahead and, thank you. Thank you so much. For both, yeah. Okay. You know what we're going to do first? Before we do you, we're going to do you. Come on over. She didn't know that. Could I have someone help me turn the podium around? Well, thank you, Amy. Thank you, James. Introduction, my son, James. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, and this is for Jean, 2 years later. And then yeah, can we do with that Bible? Here, let's set it back here for just a minute. So you don't have to stand there and hold it. So tonight, we are going to be honoring Councilwoman Jean Munchie, but it is also tonight is Debbie Rosin's last city council meeting. Yeah, it makes me teary. You know what, my first day in, this is the person that helped me. Because as mayor, you have to have somebody sitting right by you that guides you along the way. And for those of you close to me, you know when I came into office, the first couple months weren't so easy with city council, no offense, guys, but it was a little rocky. This is the woman that helped me through. And she's been with the city for 36 years, is that correct? That's a long time, a long time. And you know what I was telling our staff today, the thing I love about Debbie is that she has a smile on her face and a can-do attitude all the time. Even if there's a hurdle, she smiles and says, okay. She kind of giggles and here we go, right? We're gonna get it done. You have been a blessing. And so City Council, we have flowers for you tonight. We'll do your official going away, and anyone is welcome to join us on the 14th of January right here at 3. Is that right? Okay, so then we'll be more official, but we do have some flowers for you and a card from City Council. So. Yes. Do you want to say anything? No. I don't blame you. Okay. So, you know what? It has been an honor and a privilege. Come on up here, Jean. Yes. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with Jean Munchie. So I knew Jean before she was a city councilwoman. But I tell you what, this is a woman that makes a difference and leads with passion and a heart and a love for our community. And it has been such a privilege to sit next to you. It's just been a joy. And I've appreciated your work so much, and we all have. You know what, the one thing that you brought to the council that is so special and so important, and Natalie, you're gonna have big shoes to fill, but I know you can do it.
They're not that big.
Yeah. You know what it is that we don't always agree. And every once in a while, you can see us, you know, we can end a council meeting and not everybody agreed, and there could be a little bit of a rub. Your professionalism and your smile and your coming back made it so wonderful, didn't it, guys? It was such a delight, and you guys are welcome to come forward and say something if you want to. But it was an honor and a privilege, and you know, we learn from the people that we get to work with. And that's something that I learned from you. And I thought, you know, I always want to be like that. So, thank you. No. And would you like to say anything? Or, Victor, do you want to roast her first? Oh. Go for it.
So, when I first met James about 4 years ago, I thought, wow, this girl's wrapped tight. And I wasn't sure what to think of her. I mean, because she comes right at you. And she just, I'm not used to that. As a police officer, I'm ready to handcuff her. But I wouldn't be able to catch her, I don't think, because she's a runner, for heck's sakes. So I thought, you know, someday I will see her again and I will work with her. I didn't know in what capacity. When I first realized that she was going to be a Nampa City Councilwoman, I thought, yes, this is where it's at, because more than anything, this is what she does. And We didn't always agree, but we always felt the friendliness and the friendship and the love for each other for having to do what we do today as a council person. It's important to always remember that we live our days as everyone else, but when it comes to the nights for council, we work hard and we're dedicated to our community. And I think Jean, I hope she'll always be together with us. I hope that she'll be here day in and day night, but with us because she brings a sense of humor, she brings a sense of intelligence, a sense of dedication that sometimes we don't always see. So I'm looking forward. No, I've had a little bit of a cold the last couple of weeks, so that's why I talk like this. But I hope that I'll work with her again, and God bless you, Jean, and your family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody can do that.
This ought to be good.
I'm Randy Haverfield. I first got to know Jean through Chamber of Commerce, and she was always such a delight because she had that big smile on her face all the time. And when we had an opening at the city council level, I was fortunate to be on the selection committee as far as interviewing, and we vetted Jean. To the point where I think she was questioning whether she really wanted to be on this city council. But I will always remember and fondly remember one night at a Chamber of Commerce function where I bought a cake, and she challenged me to buy this gummy bear cake. And it was probably the ugliest cake I'd ever seen because it was just covered with gummy bears. But she said the kids at Endeavor Elementary would love it. And my daughter-in-law is here tonight. She teaches in the class that I gave the gummy bear cake to, and the kids loved it. So we did it again the next year. Didn't have gummy bears, but we were able to give them a cake. And then COVID came along. So I'm hoping to pick up that tradition again. And Jean, the door is always open, so please come back.
Okay, your turn.
So many people I adore are here. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the residents. You guys are what we do. You're why we're here. I was fortunate enough to have served this city, I'd say, hopefully, people think I have, for the more than 2 decades that we've lived here. My husband's a firefighter. I've been part of the Chamber of Commerce, the Boys and Girls Club, Breaking Chains Academy. So many places and spaces in our community where I've seen differences of opinion, differences of lifestyle, but boy, does it make us cool and unique. It makes Nampa who we are. I've been blessed to become friends. Hubert, I love you. He's the best. He was really a little bit suspicious of me at first, but he took time to get to know me. He reached out, and Kenny Roten, I see you. We've been my ride and die for a lot of years together, haven't we, buddy? Jay, so many of you, and my dad, Brian Taylor, my buddy. I pull Brian into everything. The fire department, police department. I mean, this community loves our public safety servants, our teachers, everybody, those of you who step up and step out every day to make a difference in our community. And aren't we fortunate to have the very best mayor? Her daughter and son-in-law were our neighbors eons ago. And so I got to know her
That was
through
20
that a
years-
little bit.
20 years ago, you guys.
Well, we weren't going to say. A couple years ago.
Just a couple.
And then I got to work with the mayor when I was a board member with the Chamber of Commerce when she was the president and CEO. So I've been able to serve in so many ways. And what I pray for you, Natalie, is that you let grace and God's voice really guide you as you make decisions for so many different people in our community. We're not a monolith. We are not. We're growing. And what I would say is they know we're Christians by our love. And I think that's what makes Nampa what Nampa is. That's who we stand for. We stand for each other. We are our brother's keeper. And that means each and every one of us. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I love you, Dad. I love you, Jeff. And I will not give up on this community. I'll be serving in so many different ways. So plan to see me, but not every night, not every Monday night, I promise. That'd be a lot. And Todd, Senator Lakey, my prayers are with you as you enter this new session. Thanks for all you do. Councilman Levi, Councilman Bauer, Christy, all of the incredible team that the city has. You guys have no idea the work that they do. They have to prepare to come up here to kind of the hot seat. Patrick, right? Daniel, they are phenomenal. What they do with so little is so remarkable, and they have each one of your best interests at heart every day. Carmen, man, we're so lucky to have you. Thank you to all of our first responders for the time you take away from your family, your service and sacrifice. I will see you around. Thank you.
And actually, we're going to see him right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We have two more things, and so we'll have our chiefs come up.
So my name is Joe Huff. I'm the Nampa Police Chief. I just wanted to take a moment, number one, to congratulate our re-elected council folks, our new councilwoman, congratulations, and then thank our current council and our mayor. We're so thankful to have you guys supporting public safety. And tonight, we just quickly wanted to present Jean a city flag on behalf of the support that she has shown to public safety over these last couple years. I think everybody pretty much hit it on the head what I wanted to say, so I really don't have, I echo everything that everybody has said already about you, but you've been a councilwoman that has been so supportive of public safety. This is very awkward trying to talk into this and look at you.
Yeah.
But there you go. But we just appreciate you. We appreciate everything you've done these last couple of years with us. I don't know how long I've known you, but it's been quite a long time. And I'm so thankful that you're going to stay involved in the community with everything that you do. So on behalf of Nampa Police and Nampa Fire, I just want to present this and thank you for everything that you've done for us. So appreciate you.
Don't go anywhere. We'll let you talk, yeah.
So obviously this, I love all you council members, but this one's a little special for us. Yeah, she's a part of our family. So I'm going to echo something that you said, Victor. I don't think people understand the commitment these council members make when they take on this voluntary role and get elected in. I can tell you firsthand because I watched as this family did it. And the hours and hours spent dedicated to the citizens of Nampa were incredible. So number one, thank you. Number two, thank you and your family. Incredible. So I am actually way more proud of the fence that you stood on. Because she is a part of our family, we expected some special treatment. We didn't get it. So proud of the boundaries you kept, woman. You did a great job. So we are very proud of you. Thank you so much for your service to this community. We know you're not going anywhere, but the fact that this council really completed some of the most historic things that this city will ever see. And I think as a result of that, both police and fire and all the city divisions want to continue to make this community proud. And it was only through your actions and your guys' collaboration and agreements and fights and disagreements that those things come to fruition. And so for all of you that are here today, today's pretty historic. It is the first day that the city of Nampa no longer has a fire department. It's now the Nampa Fire Department under a district. And it was this council that made it happen. And it only happened for one reason, and it happened because they cared about you, and it was the only way that we could safely serve in a better funding mechanism. And it was you as a council and a mayor that made that happen. So you are special to us. We thank you. We are super excited that your family gets you back on Monday nights. So hopefully that the new connection to the community is with them, and you guys get to do fun stuff. So we appreciate you.
Okay, so we need to do a photo. Jeff, you've got to come up. You know what? It's a family thing, right? So I want to, this is of you guys with Jeff and Jean. Yeah. Where's your daughter?
Oh, no.
Okay.
She's baking.
She's baking. Okay, there you go.
She was baking. It's your cake.
That is awesome. And then we have one more thing, and you should just stay because it's about you. So as a tradition, upon retiring from the office, I just wanted to present this to you. So this is just a box with a letter that just expresses our appreciation with our city coin. And as I present it, I'll read it to you. So Jean, on behalf of the city of Nampa and the entire city council, thank you for your service as a Nampa City Councilwoman over the past nearly 2 years. Your time and input on various council items has made a very positive difference in our community. Please know we greatly appreciate all you do for the Nampa community. Your heart and passion to serve others and humbly care for those in need is inspiring. You regularly demonstrate the power of one and the positive impact that one person can have. So Nampa is extremely fortunate to have you in our community, and we look forward to your continued leadership in other areas, including the continued Healthy Impact Nampa Coalition. The name's going to change, but that's what it is today, and to see kids succeed. So please take care and take with you our sincere gratitude and prayers for your future. So thank you so much. And then Amy, let's do another photo. Can't miss it, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me serve. Thank you. Thank you, Jean. So the next item on our agenda is the swearing in, and I think it starts with me. And so I would like, we're going to use this historic Bible, and this thing is big and heavy, but it's way cool. That belongs to the city of Nampa. I would like my whole family to come up here. I don't think I did that last time. I didn't. And so we're going to do it this time. I don't know if I'll be here again, so it's just great to have family. And you know what? Carolyn and Harold and come on, everybody come on up. So I'm going to have, and I'll just say who's up here real quickly, if you don't mind. So this isn't my entire family, but it is my 3 kids, which is awesome. So my husband, James Kling III, and my son, goes by James, it's the 4th, yes. Joshua, here, and then Krista, my daughter. And then not all the spouses are here. Shad, one spouse is here. And then a few of my grandkids, Ava, Ella, Christian, Cyrus, Jade, and thank you for being here, Corbin. Thank you. So we have 5 grandsons and 5 granddaughters. And so this is our family. And then in addition to that, we have Carolyn, Jim's mom, her husband, Harold. Russ and Kathy, did you not come up? You can come on up, your family too. You know, he's taking pictures, thank you. When you serve with the support of family. It's really important. And don't like to cry, but my kids, I appreciate, and my husband's support because I miss a lot because of my job. And of that, I've apologized, but I've also said thank you so much because it's their grace that allows me to give the time that it takes to serve as mayor because it does take time. And so I just so appreciate my family. So thank you, and thank you for your help and for your support. So with that, I'll quit talking. Thank you for enduring this. It's a special night. So thank you for those of you that are here, and thank you for your patience as we go through all the process.
I, Debbie Kling, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Idaho, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of mayor of the city of Nampa according to the best of my ability.
I will. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is yours.
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
have to have you sign this, but I don't have a pen.
I
Okay,
didn't.
well.
Is there a pin up there? Thank you. Whoops, thank you. And I guess I need to do that on all of them.
Yep.
I'm a lefty, so I'll have to do it over here. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Love you all. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. I will quickly say it has been an honor and a privilege to serve this community. And we have an amazing council. We have amazing staff. The team of servants that work for the city that serve every day, our first responders, police and fire. There are more people that I could begin to thank for the incredible work they do. Just know that when someone serves as mayor, it's the office of the mayor because the mayor cannot do the work. My job is to lead, but I have an incredible staff. I kid Amy. Amy's been with me. This is the 20-year mark. Literally, 20 years ago, I hired her the first time, which is pretty cool. And Rick Hogaboam and TJ, who's unable to be here this evening, and now Jonica in our office. And then all the directors. We have an amazing team. And it's all the people. It's not the mayor. The mayor leads, but the mayor can't do it all. It takes a team, and that's what it's about. And you have amazing servants in the city of Nampa. And the council has been just a delight to work with. I tell you what, you guys are the best. I've really enjoyed working with this council. And Todd, thank you for being a part. And you know what? The reason I look forward with hope and anticipation is because we have the kind of team we've got that we can get a lot done. So thank you guys for all that you do. I appreciate it. Okay. I'll do one at a time. Okay, so the first one is Victor. Victor, who is your team that you want to have come up here? Do you want to have your...
4 years ago, Mayor.
You had everybody.
I didn't have hardly anyone because, well, my wife Delcy had bronchitis. 4 years ago today, for Christmas, we both got bronchitis. So, but she said, bring up the 4 people that helped your campaign. And I thought, yes. So, my treasurer, Dan Dorian, and his wife Dana, please come forward. And come on, Dana. And then, of course, Dave and Sharon Harris. Would you please come up? This is going to be good, Dana. Now, we call Dan Cali Dan because he's from California. Okay. Was. Now he lives in Nampa. But I wasn't sure who I was going to have on my campaign this year. And it was these folks that stepped up to the plate. And God bless them because they sure did a great job. Okay, we're ready,
Okay,
Mayor.
and you can put your hand on the Bible.
Yes.
There you go. I, Victor
Wait
Rodriguez,
a minute.
and I didn't get my hand up because I had this, but you can do whichever way you want to do it. Thank you. I, Victor Rodriguez, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Idaho, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of City Council for the City of Nampa according to the best of my ability.
I do.
There you go. Thank you. And did you sign there? Thank you. Okay. So
I
I'll
also
take that.
said that I wanted Dan to say a few words and put him on the spot, and then I will say a few.
And there you go.
Yeah, I've known Victor for a little over a year now, and as soon as I met him, he brought me on board with the city and introduced me and made my wife and I feel welcome. And that said a lot for us. He's a great guy, and I love him so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave, Sharon? I'm going to make him talk today.
I would have dressed up for this if I had known we'd be up here. You know, Victor Rodriguez, I think he's one of my favorite Hispanic people.
Oh, thank you.
And we got to go out for dinner with him and his wife, and I just fell in love with them, and it was a privilege and a blessing to be able to help him win another term as city council. So Victor, thank you for making us proud, and thank you for being the man you are.
Well, I can't say anything more than that, but I want to thank the city of Nampa, the city of people that live here who voted and supported me. I will always support you. I will always be here with you. And if I will always be your voice, I'll stand beside you in anything you want. I have done that in the last 4 years. When it comes to protecting your family, your children, your property, I will be there with you. God bless you. Wait, no picture?
Did you get a picture? You did get, she did, just that picture.
I'm really going to get you.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, these girls are taller than I am.
That's awesome. Okay, Randy. Should I do it right? Excuse me. What would you like to do first?
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, can I have my family?
Oh, yes, please. Family, get up here.
They didn't expect this, and neither did I, but might as well embarrass them while we have them here.
Absolutely. That's what family's for. And you guys need to be up here with your dad and grandpa and husband and, yes. It's good. So we'll read this and then we'll do, would you talk? So I, Randy Haverfield, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Idaho, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of counselor for the city of Nampa according to the best of my ability.
I will.
Thank you. I know you will.
Thank you.
I'll let you speak and then we'll sign.
Oh, okay. Well, again, it's been a privilege for the last 8 years to serve the city on the city council, and another 4 years. We don't know what's ahead of us. We've had some major challenges over the last couple of years with COVID and other issues. We've seen a lot of growth. We've seen stress on our road systems and infrastructure. So there's some big tasks still ahead of us, and that's why I chose to run for another term, because I feel that it's important that there's a continuity of leadership. And hopefully I'll be able to help this council with my background in architecture and planning, maybe to help them see things that they might not have seen otherwise. Behind me is about half, maybe 2/3 of our family. My youngest son, Sean, his wife, Marie, their 3 kids, Emery, Adelaide, and Benjamin. Benjamin's the small one. My daughter, Kelly, and her husband, Josh. I was, during the campaign, I was able to say this, and it didn't really hit me until I said it, I think for the first time. We're a first-generation family in Nampa, but there's 3 generations now of Haverfield that have grown here and prospered and started their own businesses, educated as well. That's a strong statement for this community. My oldest son, Scott, is on his way home from Green Bay, Wisconsin. He took our grandson, Peyton, to the Green Bay game last night, and they froze to death, but they had a good time. But again, it's been a pleasure to serve the community, and I look forward to another 4 years. Thank you.
Do you want a photo? We'll do a photo and then we'll sign.
I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce my wife, Lori.
That is awesome.
I'm used to being second.
Okay. So there you go, yeah.
We all know she's the better half.
Right here. Yes.
Didn't make any points there, did I?
So you can take this one. It should be yours. There you go. Thank you. It has been such a privilege to serve with Randy and Victor, and Randy has served as our council president for the last couple of years, and it's been a delight to serve with him in that capacity because he's done a phenomenal job. So last but absolutely not least, Natalie, welcome. Welcome to the Nampa. Come on up and bring your family, and we just want to, okay, perfect, thank you. We want to welcome you. We're so excited to have you join the family here. So welcome.
Very good to be here. Thanks.
Do you want your mom to come forward? Anyone else?
I'm just gonna have my kids. My parents are here, but I think my dad's head's getting shinier just thinking about having to come up here. So we'll let him stress in the back. We'll make him come up. But yeah.
That
But
is-
thank you. My parents are here, and I have a lot of friends and family here to support me. So I'm very appreciative of that.
And would you like to introduce your kids?
Yep. This is my daughter Cadence, and this is my son Trent.
You guys look so nice tonight. Thank you for coming to support your mom on this very special evening. So, well, we look forward to having you. So we'll do this here.
Do you want to come stand here?
I've got to ask you a question because I'm so afraid I'm going to say your name, last name,
Jangula.
Jangula.
Yep. You can say
Okay.
it however you want.
I just wanted to do it right. So I, Natalie Jangula, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Idaho, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of counselor for the city of Nampa according to the best of my ability.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the city of Nampa. I'm just so excited and thrilled to have the opportunity to serve you and to protect you and to do all the things that I can as a councilwoman to support you. And I want to hear what you guys have to say. I want to hear your concerns, and I want to do everything I can to help support you in every way that I can. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support, and it's going to be a really great 4 years.
Yes, it is, and I'll let you sign this
I'm
right here.
I'm a lefty too, so
Ooh,
I'm
oh,
glad
that's
to know
good.
we won't be bumping elbows.
And as I've shared with Natalie, our commitment is to help Natalie succeed. It's big when you step onto council with the decisions that you have to make. And so we are going to help you right along the way as you step in. So I will keep this and I'll let you take that. And thank you so much and welcome. Do a photo, yeah. So this concludes the swearing in tonight, and there you go. So actually, I know my family and a number of others, you have our permission to leave now. We are going to reconvene the meeting, do a new roll call, and get going on the regular business of the city council tonight. But you guys are welcome to go ahead and step out, and we'll take just about maybe a 5-minute break.
No, they'll be 4. There was talk that they would be 2. We'll have districts in place in 2 years.
Gotcha.
I was wanting to make sure I got all the grandkids' names right, because that's, she understood.
So that's what I'm thinking.
Well, and 3 of my grandkids were out in the hallway. One of them's almost your size. He's 14. 14. She's 5'7".
Kirsten here.
And her husband's 6 foot. Aiden, the younger brother, which makes the older brother feel bad because the old young one shot past him. Yeah, Aiden is 6'1".
Isn't that neat? Oh, they were,
He's playing basketball. Aiden. Bryce doesn't want to see. He got contacts. I mean, his eyes have been really bad. He got contacts, totally changed. Now he's just excited. He's playing.
okay, I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
And I think we're ready for roll call.
I think we're missing.
We're missing one. Sandy? Sandy, we're going to get started, so here we go.
Where's she at? Oh, there she is.
There she is. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out with us as we step into the rest of the meeting. Okay,
Rodriguez?
Here.
Brunner?
Here.
Jangula?
Here.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Here.
Levi?
Here.
okay, the next item on the agenda is actually the election of the council president. And I think this is according to our ordinance that we do this at the very first meeting with the new council in place. And I have to say, I've not visited with our council members on this particular topic at all. And, but I do want to say that it has been a pleasure to work with Randy Haverfield. You've done a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
So, but I guess at this point, I would give it to the council, because it is a council vote on who they would like to serve as a council president for these next, I'm going to say, 2 years. 2 years.
Mayor, this will probably be my only motion tonight, but I would move that we approve Randy Haverfield as the president of the council.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that Randy Haverfield continue as the council president for the next 2 years. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would call for roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
And again, thank you, council, for your honoring me in that role. I hope to continue to give you the guidance that I can. So thank you again for your trust in me.
Well, Randy, you've done an excellent job. And I don't know, for those of you that may wonder, the role of the council president is important. And we have an amazing council. Every one of you guys are just so appreciated. Randy's done a good job because we prep for every council meeting. We spend time with Todd Lakey. I go to Councilman Haverfield as council president on a number of different issues, and that guidance is greatly valued and appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our proclamations, and we don't have any proclamations this evening. So we will move to Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. And I think I'm going to start this evening with Brian Taylor. And so, Brian, thank you so much for joining us this evening. And I believe there is a handout. And does everyone have that handout? Yes. Does everyone? It looks like this. Okay. Yep. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Brian.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much. Just for the record, I am not a Nampa resident, but I am a Canyon County resident, so. And I serve the people of Canyon County as well. First and foremost, once again, congratulations to those who are reelected, the new councilwoman as well, the mayor, to your reelection. I look forward to working with all of you into the near future. Chief Huff had asked me to come give just a quick brief update of what has transpired in 2021 with regards to the criminal justice system and the world of prosecution and law enforcement. I think Pastor Dan said it best, is I'm hoping 2022 is really a year of light, because 2021 was I want to say an interesting, but sometimes a bleak and darkness in the world of the criminal justice system. And it's also quite humbling to hear so much comments on the public support with regards to public safety. It's so important, and that is one of the things that I love about this county, about this city, is how much you put into your law enforcement. The Nampa Police Department is one of the finest law enforcement agencies in this state, let alone the nation. And you also have some of the most amazing support services. The Family Justice Center we couldn't do our job without them. They are unbelievable, and unfortunately and fortunately, people don't realize all that is actually transpiring of these support agencies. So 2021 was a very, very interesting year in the world of prosecution. It started and carried on over from 2020, in which the Idaho Supreme Court suspended most of, all of jury trials and a number of other hearings. We moved to the world of Zoom technology for the world of court. We were able to start adjudicating cases in the trial setting this past summer, but that was short-lived. After about 2 to 3 months of trying cases, we were suspended once again. And once again, this has nothing to do with my office, as we're at the behest of the Idaho Supreme Court and the courts, the administrative judge. And then just the last 3 weeks, we started trials back up. We were trying to get as many, and approximately 3 o'clock this afternoon, I just got the newest order, in which trials are suspended once again because of COVID numbers. So it causes a massive frustration on the criminal justice system, because you have what I refer to as the inflow from law enforcement sending us the matters. We either have to adjudicate them in resolutions in which we may not want to, because otherwise you get a stack and stack and stack, and you can't adjudicate everything. So we have some cases that are then pending trial. We have a homicide that is almost 3.5 years old now that we're just waiting for an individual. We have 11 homicides scheduled on the docket for this upcoming year for trial, whether or not we will get trials or not. You'll see, and the numbers, I'm not going to go through it tremendously, but violent crime is slightly up by the number of cases. I always say is the numbers are up, but crime rates are actually down because of the population of our county continues to increase. So we have some of the best law enforcement agencies, but you can see, I'll just highlight a couple quick things, and then I'll stand for any questions, which that's why I primarily here. But on page 6 or page 5, you can kind of get a good snapshot. Is my office handles the prosecution for the entire county. All felonies, we're statutorily obligated, but we also do the municipality prosecution. And it's been a very fascinating and wonderful thing of a one-stop shop for law enforcement. All the on-call, we're able to move cases from misdemeanors to felonies and vice versa, and resolve cases the way that they need to be. But you can see, you know, the felonies are up about 300 cases, and misdemeanors are almost up about 1,000. And those are the cases that are coming into my office. That doesn't equate to what law enforcement's actually doing, because we only see what they believe that we might be able to prove in a court system. Because there's a lot of cases, and you know, unfortunately during the Christmas season, you have the porch pirates that you may not know of. So crime is happening, but we may not have suspects. You'll see drugs are on a massive increase. The one that's one of the most disturbing ones for me is all the sex abuse cases. When everything was shut down, a lot of the kids that weren't going to school, weren't seeing counselors, all those disclosures were not reported. So you saw a short drop, and then it spiked up again. with regards to 2021 from the 2020. And then you can see kind of, I gave you a whole bunch of different ways to see the numbers that come into our office, and they complement what Chief Huff and his team are doing as well. Not the same volume, once again, these are the only ones that are coming to us. So that's kind of what's been transpiring. We're trying to process cases as we can. And once again, we're at the behest of what the court is allowing us to do. And then when we do have trials, hopefully we can get jurors to show up as well. So that's kind of the quick snapshot. I don't want to take a lot of time. I know you have a very busy agenda, but my primary aspect is to answer any questions that the council may have, and then maybe process and digest this. And if you want me to come back, I'm always more than happy to come back. Questions for the council, Mayor?
Councilman Haverfield.
Just one.
Yeah, please.
The delayed adjudication is that, what's the or long-term changes as far as an incarceration? Then, are these people not being incarcerated, or are they are they staying home? I mean, what happens to those that should be in trial and sentenced that, are in a waiting mode? Are they incarcerated or are they not?
Yeah, so Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, there's a couple questions built into that. So the first aspect is, as you know, Kane County has a jail issue, as we only have so many bed spaces. So a lot of these individuals, as you see, the numbers are increasing. A lot of these individuals are released within a 24-hour to 48-hour period of time that in the past would have been, solely because this morning I think we had approximately 27 new felony cases from the New Year's weekend. And so for every 27 that come in, we have to find 27 that flow out. And the state penal system is in the same aspect as well. So a lot of these cases, to the second question, is how are they being resolved? There's a lot of plea resolutions to charges that we, in the past, probably wouldn't have done solely in order to get the cases processed. There's other counties that have, we had one court docket that had about 70 felony trials scheduled, and it's impossible to try that many because you can't get that many jurors to show up. So cases are getting resolved short of what we would like them to be. So
is jury selection by team mode now, or is it still in person?
Mayor, Councilwoman Haverfield, I guess I don't understand. Are you saying, is it by Zoom?
By Zoom.
Yes, jury trials aren't allowed by Zoom, so the Supreme Court has not given that. There's the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution entitles the defendant to a face-to-face jury. So until a defendant waives that, they're entitled to have those 12 to 13 jurors sitting in a room with them.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
so kind of a side
Yeah,
note,
yeah.
then I just received my notice of jury duty for next month, which I was like majorly excited. I even put it on Facebook. I'm so excited about it. So does that kind of like put me on hold because the January people get shifted to
Yeah.
February?
Councilman, or Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, if you had trial next week, I would have said you're good to go. I don't know what will transpire. The order, I'll forward it to the chief and he can forward it to the council. It is suspended indefinitely until COVID numbers go down. So Canyon County, they get a report from the Idaho Supreme Court every single week. And if it meets a certain threshold per populace, then they will have those trials resume. So there's a possibility that we have trials resume in February. But if you're watching on the East Coast and sort of the spread that's coming westward, I might not see you next month, Councilwoman Levi. Hopefully we do.
Thank you.
One point of clarification, it's not a clarification, but kind of.
Yep.
You mentioned that there were 11 homicides that were on the docket.
Yes.
And I just wanted to be clear that Nampa, we've had 2 homicides or 3 in 3 years? 2 in 3. Because we went, I think it's 3 in 3 years.
Yep.
Okay, so I just wanted to, just so everybody knows, that's not Nampa, right?
Yeah.
That's Canyon County as a whole.
That is correct. And once again, the lawyer in me, right, is the technicality is that is not 11 homicides in Canyon County this year, past year. That is 11 that are set for trial. Some are 3.5 years. We have another individual that we just apprehended in Mexico that's been a 9-year. wait. So we have these trials that are scheduled, but that, all 11 did not occur in 2021. We just have that in. The reason why I mention that is those cases get top priority for the jurors. And those are about 100 jurors that come in for those cases. And when all those jurors come in, everything else gets pushed to the side. So once again, those other cases are not adjudicated. That's why I mention it. So if that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for coming up and showing this. I wish we could have seen these documents earlier so I could really go over and study those, but I'll buy you next week and we can study that again.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Also, now, one thing I do want to ask you, what is the budget the city of Nampa gives you to prosecute our cases? That's the felonies and
Yeah,
misdemeanors.
Yeah. So Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, I am going to defer to the finance director. I think at first and foremost is the city contracts with my office to do the misdemeanor prosecution. I am statutorily obligated and constitutional obligated to do your felonies.
Right.
Juveniles, child protection cases, it's the city contracts with my office to do the misdemeanors. So.
That's correct. Do you know what that is?
Counselor, it's right around $55,000 a month. We pay for all the prosecutorial services.
Okay. So how much of your budget is actually going, since the COVID issue that you can't prosecute or you try to take care of these issues another way, what are you doing with that remaining balance?
Mayor,
Is
Councilman
there
Rodriguez.
remaining balance because you're not going to court? Is that, or
no,
are you still continuing?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, it's not a matter of we're not going to court, we're going to court. So 95% of court proceedings are still chugging along. We're still processing every single one of those misdemeanors, every single infraction. All those court trials are going. The one thing that we have not been able to do is go to trial.
I see.
So everything else is being processed. We have court trials, we're in mediations every week. The county just, the courts have authorized 2 more magistrates, so now we have 9 magistrate judges that are handling Nampa cases. So I think the city equates to approximately 4 deputy prosecutors. So my office then covers the other 5 courtrooms that are going on that have Nampa cases as well.
Well, I just wondered if we're getting our money's worth, and I know you, Brian, I know how hard you work and your group, but for the constituents in the city of Nampa, where we're paying over $400,000 for your office to help us out on crime, that are we getting our money's worth, and or do you have a fund that you haven't used because of not, a lot of these cases have been resolved other issues by other ways, such as plea agreements. And so is that the best avenue that we can do right now?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, I defer to the council. I defer to the chief if the services are what the city desires. I'm biased. I think the city is getting a phenomenal service. My deputies and my support staff are fantastic. As I've always said, my office has approximately 90 employees. So we have approximately 35 attorneys. In the office, we cover around 14 different courtrooms at any given time. The city, in a sense, pays for the 4 deputies to handle cases. If the city, by all means, not that I want you to, I don't think you will find any other private entity or anyone else that will give you the same. But I think the city actually does better by contracting, because we're not in it to make a profit, is I already serve you and the citizens of Nampa in my elected capacity as the county prosecutor. So the resources, for example, the computer system software, it's a $500,000 software. We don't charge the city of Nampa for that. It's just basically integrated into our office. We provide on-call services to the city that if we do it for felonies, misdemeanors, it doesn't matter. We screen everything that comes through the office. We're prosecuting everything. It is not the desired outcomes in which we would like due to COVID and anything else. I don't think you could do it cheaper. Is if I got a senator in the room that I've been told if I could wave a magic wand and they made Brian King for the day, I don't think cities should have the obligation to contract prosecution. I think all prosecution should fall under the elected county prosecutor for all 44 counties. And I think it would make it much easier and justice is that way, and then the people make the determination if that's the person that should be handling prosecution. So
Well,
that's my long-winded attorney
No, I
answer,
think
Councilman
I
Rodriguez.
think you're doing a very good job. I just wanted to know that because of the COVID situation, that you're still not, what you're basically saying is that a lot of these cases, you're not mandating to court because of the issues, but you're still taking care of them, and that's what I wanted to point out.
Yes, yes. We, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, we're in court every single day. We just haven't been able to try cases.
I see, okay.
So we're prosecuting, and that's 95, 98% of what we do anyway.
Yeah, well, thank you, and I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming
Thank you.
here and
Absolutely.
and talking with us.
We appreciate the work that you do, and thank you for coming tonight. And I will say that the chief and I have discussions about this, and I think I can speak for the chief that he fully supports the work that is being done through Brian Taylor and his team. You do excellent work. We are thankful that we have you serving our city, and we would hope you would continue to. And the chief would not recommend anything any different. So thank you for the work that you
Mayor.
do. We
Council,
appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Rodriguez, whenever you want to go to lunch, I'm more than happy. That's why I didn't give it to you ahead of time, so.
We'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Brian, thank you. Thank you. It is time for public hearings. We're going to do one other thing, and that is we're going to finish the others that are signed up to speak for 3 minutes, and then we'll move to our public hearings.
Parker Fitzen?
Good evening, Parker, and thank you for sharing your name again and your address.
Yep, so my name is Parker Fitzen, and I live at 1123 West Teton Avenue in Nampa, Idaho. So I just have a quick question real quick. So when it comes to major roads like 12th Avenue, 16th, and the Boulevard, who's in charge of snow removal for the sidewalks? Is that on the city or is that on the businesses or?
Typically, and so I might let maybe Tom Point speak to this on our behalf, but when it comes to the city, for example, 12th Avenue is an ITD. That's Highway 45, and it is an ITD road. And then I'm not sure which other ones you mentioned. So it depends on, there's different jurisdictions that are responsible for the roads. And then typically, the business owner or whoever it is responsible for the sidewalk that is in front of their property. Did I state that correctly? Okay. So
Okay.
with that, do you have a comment?
Do we have any enforcement mechanisms to get them to actually do that? Because a lot of those roads are things that people use every day to for transportation to work. Like myself, I use it for work every day, or almost every day. Every day I have work. And then there are a lot of people, like there were a few people I met today that, especially older people, who use that to get to the bank, who use it to get groceries and all that stuff, and they're just not being done. So is there like any way that we could have that enforced, or that we could reach out to the Idaho Transportation Department to actually have them do that?
Well, I tell you what we can do, and I appreciate you mentioning this. I think, I don't see Amy in here right now or Rick Hogaboam, but if there's a staff member, I think they're out back. But if you could share the specific locations that you're talking about, we could possibly reach out. But the other thing that we can do from our office is through social media, encourage the business owners to actually, thank you, Amy. So Amy will connect with you, and we could do some social media pushes just to remind people that it is the responsibility of the owner, and it really does impact people's lives. I appreciate you bringing that up because it's a very good point.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And that's it? Okay. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak for 3 minutes? Yes, you may come forward and state your name and your address, and then you can share with us for 3 minutes.
My name is Colleen Baker, and I live at 172 North Benoit Place here in Nampa. And what I'm talking about, or looking at, is the Davis and Midland, where they want to add 5 apartments or 4plexes. So that is, if I can find it on here.
It is a public hearing coming forward. So would you like to speak during the public hearing?
Is that, I'm not in that yet?
You're not in that yet?
Okay. I'll
Okay,
come
so
back
we
then.
will make sure that when we do that public hearing, and that
Okay.
is, I don't know if that one is next, but that's what we're moving to next on the
Okay,
agenda.
I wasn't reading this right, so, okay. thank
That's
you.
great, thank you. Okay, so with that, we will step into our public hearings, and we have 3 public hearings this evening. And the first one, item 6.1 on the agenda is an action item. This is a variance of section 10-1-8D2, limiting the residential fence height on a corner lot to 6 feet on the perimeter and the side and backyard in order to allow a 6-foot fence to be built on top of a 3-foot wall to provide privacy from the roadway, which sits at a lower elevation. This is in a single-family residential zoning district, RS 8.5, at 13218 South Jeanette Way, and it's for Darren DeLima. Is Mr. DeLima here? He's online? Thank you. So can you hear us? Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and thank you. So Darren, I think we have your address. Is your address the one at 13218 South Jeanette Way?
Yes.
Perfect. This is your opportunity to present, so we'll just listen. And thank you for joining us online.
Okay, thank you. So our house, our patio and foundation of our house sits up about 4.5 feet above the sidewalk. And so both of our daughter's bedroom windows and bathroom windows are on that side, on the corner. And also, we don't have a side yard because it's like a 45-degree angle down to the sidewalk. So we are wanting to install a 3-foot concrete wall along the sidewalk, just on the left side of the house. And then we want to build the 6-foot fence just inside of the wall, so that when we're in our backyard, our fence isn't below our knees. And basically just looking to get privacy and protection from, people who are going to be walking around on the streets and whatnot.
Thank you.
Also, we don't have a side yard on the other side of our house because they built the house so close to the neighbors, and the air conditioning basically takes up the whole side. And so we're looking for an area to put our garbage cans behind a gate, and so we can get our garbage cans in and out.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the visuals. That's very helpful this evening, and I don't know if that was staff. Staff, thank you. That's extremely helpful. So I don't know if you can see what we were looking at online. I think you can. So that was helpful to see. Is there anything else you would like to share before we move to staff?
I don't think so. I thought I heard you say that we were looking to do the wall and fence on the back too, but that's not the case. So our back fence is already existing, and there's an empty 7-acre lot behind us. We're just looking to do the wall and the fence on the left side of the house.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that because what I was reading actually did say side and backyard. So if I understood correctly, it is only the side.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, so real quickly, council, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, so we don't have any questions at this time. Darren, we're going to move to the staff report, and then after that, we move to public testimony. After public testimony, we will come back and ask you if you have any closing comments. So we will have you back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Parker, is this yours? Great. Thank you, Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The action today is for a variance of section 1018 D2, which limits fencing to 6 feet. The proposal here is for a 6-foot fence on top of a 3-foot wall, and I'll get to the code section that covers that. The zoning is RS 8.5, and it's surrounded by a RS 8.5 with county to the east. Here's the plan that was proposed by the applicant. There's a 3-foot wall. It's about 9 feet from their home. The property line would be 10 feet from their home. As you can see, there's a square section in the rear that would be for, I believe, a shed structure, accessory structure. The photos were actually taken by the applicant, but I included them in here for you. The code section that we're referring to here, one that to point out is 1018C, which talks about walls. It says for the purpose of this subsection, walls, as well as other features, shall be considered functionally equivalent to fences and shall be built, restricted in height, and maintained in compliance with the fencing provisions contained in this chapter. The intent was to prevent somebody from building a large wall and then putting just a 6-foot fence on top of that. The applicable regulations for variance needs to show undue hardship. The purpose of variance is to provide fair treatment and see that individuals are not penalized because of the site characteristics. They need to show unnecessary physical hardship, extraordinary site characteristics. The purpose is not to grant a special privilege. The correspondence to take note of, as stated by the engineering division, the proposed wall would be required to be engineered and plans prepared for city review. The reason for this is for a seepage bed that sits just outside of the property lines. As you can see on the left side image, there's a purple square. That's the seepage bed. So some of the conditions that the engineering division is requesting is that they get a building permit for this wall so that we can review it. The future maintenance may require, the future maintenance of the seepage bed may require the demolition of the wall fence, and it would put the replacement expense of that responsibility on the applicant. Staff analysis, if you choose to approve the variance, you'll need to conclude that there is a hardship. We propose that the hardship may be considered in this situation due to the elevation of the home from the sidewalk to the home. The slope, the grade in between that. Traditionally, the 6-foot fence limit has served to provide some degree of privacy for residences, but in this case, it could be impacted by that. Obviously, the public seepage bed would need to be protected for public health and safety. One other thing to note is that with the recent code changes, we've allowed the planning and zoning director, to approve variances for fence height up to 8 feet. This is a foot above that, so that's why we are here tonight instead of in front of Rodney. The conditions of approval are those in the staff report, as well as any that you would like to add. There is a potential motion, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Parker, there's no portion of this fence that would inhibit visibility at the corner there for traffic, the vision triangle that's required?
Councilman, that will be one thing that we'll review when they come in for a fence permit. We do a vision triangle analysis to make sure that the vision won't be impacted by that.
Is that a condition of the approval?
It's a condition of the fence permit, so we can certainly add it to the condition of the variance as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Parker, you know that we'll be back if there are. Thank you so much. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, we'll move to public testimony.
I have a Christina Dilemma.
He did? Okay, so we're covered. Okay, so you're with him. This is for you. Perfect. So and you could stand up and say, yes, I support this and I want it, but definitely. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So is there anyone else that had intended to testify on this matter today? Seeing none. Council, do you have, well, let's move to the applicant. So let's see, it's Darren Dilemma? How do you say your last name?
DeLima.
Dilemma, thank you. And I so apologize. Do you have any closing comments that you would like to make? And council?
No, so I was aware of the vision triangle, and we plan on keeping the wall out of the 55-foot regulation from the front of the curb, I believe it is.
Okay. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for our applicant? No? And Darren, do you have any other comments you'd like to make before we close our public hearing?
No, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I believe the request is reasonable. I'm not sure if I need to spell out what the hardship is, but I believe that the conditions of approval need to be met. If they, obviously, the vision triangle at the corner, it needs to be maintained. It sounds like it will, so I'll make the motion to allow the variance to move forward,
Okay. So as stated on the,
as stated, yeah, in the report.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jangula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
There you go. So you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move to item 6.2. This is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment from RS6, which is single-family residential, 6,000 square foot, and suburban residential to RD, which is two-family residential duplex, zoning district, and potential development agreement at 941 Davis Avenue, which is for Taylor Jean Homes. And this is a revised concept with 18 residential units and 5 separate buildings to be platted at a future date into 4 fourplex lots and 1 duplex lot for a gross density and net density of 12. Is our applicant here this evening?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I will be recusing myself from the vote, stepping down to present the project before council.
Okay.
And then I'll sit down. I won't be voting, obviously, or participating in the dialogue.
Thank you, and you're serving as our applicant this evening.
The applicant is here.
Is here.
He can speak as well, but I'll present the project and allow him to speak. If
Okay.
that's all right.
That sounds good. Thank you very much.
If you give me a minute, I'll get set up down there. I'm going to need some help, Parker, getting online. I got the invite. want to take a break.
Should we take a short
Maybe
break?
5 minutes. if that's
Okay, are we
okay.
having a problem? Yeah.
No, it's
No?
just,
It's taking time?
it's the internet.
Well, we'll pause for just, it'll happen. So I don't think we'll take a break yet. Debbie, what do we have? What do we have on the next one? I was just checking, and it appears that most of you are here for the next public hearing. I apologize that we have it in this order. I never know what it's going to be like. And so hopefully we won't take too long, and if you need to take a bathroom break or something, this would be a good time to do it. We'll stay here so we can get through. But yeah, thank you for your patience.
Am I on the screen? How's it feel being up here? Can you move to the screen? There we go.
You did it. There we go. Okay. So thank you, Randy. Here we go.
Yeah, all right. Mayor and council, this is one of those rare occasions where I need to recuse myself from the process to be able to support my client. So I'm acting as in the status of a citizen and a local business owner. So basically what you have before you is a zoning map amendment request from RS6 and RA to an RD zone, which is in compliance with our comp plan for multifamily. The location of this property is at Davis Avenue, so it's the southeast corner of Davis Avenue and Midland. This is in your packet. Then blowing up the site, you'll see that the major portion of the project is the RS6, and then there's a small portion in the back that's an RA zone. The project, if I can go ahead and go next to an image as far as to show you what our proposal is a development that, again, is a total of 18 units, 4 fourplexes and 1 duplex. It meets the requirements, again, of the RD zone. The current zoning, we've talked about, the comp plan amendment is, or comprehensive plan is a medium-density residential, so the RD fits that requirement. The adjacent zoning is RS6 to the north, RS6 and RA, and the Elijah Drain to the south. To the east is RS6 and RA, and to the west is RD and RP. Across the street, there's fourplexes as well. Planning and zoning, we brought this before them on November the 23rd, and it was unanimously approved. The statements were made that it's a perfect infill project. It only really affects one property owner to the east. We spoke to them after the hearing. They were just wanting to have good screening to their property. And if you look on the, I can use my cursor on this, can I? Yeah. So on the east side, you can see that long rectangular piece of property clear down to the Elijah Drain is the one property owner. Their home is up off of Davis Avenue, and their driveway is right there. So the proposal in talking to them was that we would berm and then put fencing along that side, along with the screening. The setback requirements for this RD zone is only 15 feet. We're proposing 20 feet along the eastern boundary line. The requirement for both Midland and Davis is a 25-foot landscape buffer, which we are also providing. So I can kind of zoom down to the site. There you go. So you can kind of see what we're talking about. As far as on that corner, we're providing a sorry, getting ahead of myself. The current site area is 72,383 square feet, which is 1.66 acres. The site area after the right-of-way is given to the city will be 1.49, basically 1.5 acres. So when we look at the 1.5 acres and break down the proposed buildings taking approximately, let's see, what is the square footage there? Building area is 11,424 square feet. So basically 18% of the site would be developed in those units themselves. The hard surface area is about 28% of the site. So the balance of the site after the right-of-way extension or right-of-way is given is approximately 35,000 square feet, or 55% of the site is in landscape area. We asked for 15%. We're providing over 50. So, and when you look at the project itself, and I'm looking up at the screen instead of looking down at my laptop, you can see that there's also along the southern boundary line, the Elijah Drain, which will be providing a 20-foot easement for the pathway to be provided along the Elijah Drain. And then there'll be split play areas behind the building. So you see that there's a playground area, a pavilion that's provided, the hammerhead turnaround for fire engine access and turnaround capability, and then the two split play areas. Parking provided is, we're required to have 2 spaces per unit. These units are 2-level units of about 1,100 square feet, maybe 1,200 square feet apiece, and then there's a single car garage for each of them. So there'll be parking, 2 parking spaces per unit, plus an additional 2 handicap parking spaces, and then 4 spaces for additional for a total of 42 parking spaces. Amenities, again, are the split areas for the Greenbelt access, open pavilion, playground equipment, bike racks, and a central mail delivery area, which is in the center of the property. The project value is estimated to be approximately $3 million. So with that, I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Mr. Haverfield, I just want to make it known that because you are a councilman, at this moment, I will not be biased by your presence as a councilman.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, and I have a couple of questions for you. Number one is the biggest issue of all, and I tried to locate the diagram to the traffic that you plan on presenting. Did I miss it in here, or can you tell me how and when and how people are going to have access into and exit from?
Yeah, if you go to I'll go back to the primary opening scene and then zoom in on it. You'll see that there's a primary access point off of Davis Avenue that's located about 150 feet away from the intersection after the right-of-ways have been taken. A lot of the comments that we had at the planning and zoning level were relative to the use of cars in and out of the property. Again, we're only talking about 18 units, not 180. And most of the traffic, I believe, generated in and off of this property would be eastbound to downtown Nampa or northbound to the interstate. So it would be, if they were to turn out onto Davis Avenue to get onto Midland for traffic to go to work, they would be going northbound or eastbound, not westbound or southbound on Midland, which again, there isn't any businesses back that way. So, and when you look at the park amenity that's just to the east of this property at Lions Park, again, the kids will be able to be provided access eastbound to the park, to the swimming pool, without having to get onto Midland at all. To the south, again, is the Elijah Drain and the pathway that will be able to be extended by virtue of this project, which is, again, an added benefit of allowing smart growth to happen when we are looking at the amenities that the developer will be providing that are amenities to the community as well.
All the way, Mayor? So there's several different levels on this property.
Yes.
And I think one right at the corner is quite a bit higher than the one on the bottom part.
Right.
So how is that going to be, how are you going to build these apartment complexes there with so much difference in height?
Well, This developer we're working with as well on a property very similar to this on North Sixth Street, which is in the Opportunity Zone. There's 22 units that are under construction right now there. A similar site that the buildings are actually separated so they're able to be gradually take advantage of the terrain that way. The same way that it'll happen on this one. You'll see that the two fourplexes and the duplex along the eastern boundary line, they'll be separated again with grade breaks as it drops down. The transition from top to bottom, again, have to meet ADA access requirements. So the slopes have to be maintained to meet the minimum requirements for slope. So there might be some fill. There's definitely going to be some dirt on site that can be lowered down off of the top corner down through. But basically, it's just a challenge from the civil engineering standpoint of making it work.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I have a quick question, and that was, can you remind me, are these rental properties or individually owned?
The way that they're going to be set up, obviously, we have to plat each fourplex by our own zoning code. So the ownership initially will obviously be by Casey, and I can let him speak to what he plans on doing long-term with the ownership aspect, but they're not townhomes, or townhouses, so they're not separated by property lines in between them. So each fourplex could be one ownership. If he were to choose to condominiumize the approach to the use of the building, then that could be separate ownership. There just have to be documentation put in place that's legally binding that way. But I'll let Casey speak to that if that's all right. Unless you have some more questions for me, I can let him come up.
Council, do you have any other questions for Mr.
Okay.
Haverfield? Thank you.
Yes, and I'll sit down right here. Casey, you want to come up? This is Casey Ames with Taylor Jean Homes. They do wonderful work. We're doing several projects for them.
Council?
Thank you. And go ahead and state your name again and your address.
Yeah, my name is Casey Ames. I live at 342 Clearpoint Way, Eagle, Idaho. And Commissioner, with your first question to the topography on it, we do have one. It was currently on 6th Street. Now it's on 2nd Avenue with an address change. But the topography is very similar. And so, as he said, we'll grade those with civil engineering. In the case of the 2nd Avenue property, we had to, civil engineering recommended a retaining wall. And so we put that retaining wall in. But very similar as far as the elevation changes on this. And that project is about 3/4 of the way done, and it looks nice, and will continue to look nice in that neighborhood, so.
Mayor Kling, follow up. So I guess what I was getting at is that where the house is located right now, that's going to be demolished, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so that is quite a bit higher. So are you going to put the 2 stories there, or are you going to bring the 2 stories in the open area where there's just plain field there, I guess?
Yeah,
Because I think the top part would be somewhat of a traffic issue for sites.
Yeah, and once again, we'll go off of recommendation based on civil engineering and the civil engineer planners for the city as well, right? That is not my expertise, and I'm not a civil engineer. But we're always willing to work with the city or cities, for that matter, on anything that's going to be reasonable and actually going to be uniform for the actual neighborhood or turns or
Yes,
whatever
I
it
see.
is. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep. And then what was the other question? For sale? Yeah, I won't condoize these. Whether we keep them long term or we decide them, the units, or I should say the buildings, could be sold individually. However, as far as a long-term plan, we always go into these with the idea that we're going to keep them as ownership. Right now, it's a really unique time with the way that funds are moving around. And so we'll see what happens. It also will be the length of time that this takes going forward, right? But as far as condoizing them, we won't condoize each individual unit, most definitely so.
Thank you.
Mhm. Any other questions?
Any other questions from council? Okay, I don't think so.
All right, thank you.
So as you know, we'll come back with future questions. Okay? So let's see, Parker, this is your item again? Okay.
Move this out of the way.
Thank you, Council, Mayor. The action requested is for a rezone from RS6 to RD. The original concept was 20, and we've reduced it to, the applicant has reduced it to 18 units. The surrounding zoning, RS6 to the north, RSA spots of it to the south. To the west is RD, those are fourplexes, and some RP, which is some light use, commercial retail spots. The applicable regulations are those in the staff report. It needs to be in harmony with the comp plan. The proposed uses need to be compatible and not create a spot zone. Some further regulations, the RD zone does allow for 2, 3, 4-plex units, 2, 3, or 4. The maximum density in the RD zone is 12.44 dwelling units an acre. That is the net density max. The building height regulations, so the buildings cannot exceed 30 feet in height. The setbacks, the rears would be 5 feet, and then 20 feet from the fronts. And a lot of that will be concerning the subdivision plat when that comes in. Some comments from agencies. There were public comments first. There were several comments regarding the traffic, some traffic concerns at the intersection. Nampa Parks Department requested a 20-foot easement, and the applicant has provided that along the Elijah Drain. The engineering division is requesting dedications of right-of-way, as well as frontage improvements. I won't go into the site plans, that's been covered. Some elevations and floor plans. Some analysis, there's surrounded mostly by single-family homes. The fourplexes, as I said, across the Midland, there's 30 units. The commercial spaces across the street as well are generally low impact. The comprehensive plan is medium density, and the RD zone fits within that designation. The amount designated here after the right-of-way dedication would be 1.49 acres. So considering that amount of land available and the number of units proposed, we would be at the max allowable in the RD zone, which is 12.44 dwelling units an acre. So by code, it fits within that designation. We're at the top end of that. The public interest increases the number of rental units in the city, which is generally favorable. And as I stated before, there's a number of concerns regarding the intersection from the public. The recommended conditions of approval are in the staff report. And as I said before, the subdivision will have to come forward as well. That will just go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, so it won't come before you. So if there's any conditions that you wish to add, now would be that time. The potential motion is there for you, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling, I do have another one. Does engineering or the city of Nampa traffic have any ideas of placing a traffic light there at that Davis intersection? Because it's a terrible one. And I agree with some of the people that have mentioned that issue with traffic there at Midland. Or is that just going to be the way it is? Because it's not a good flow, easy traffic situation there.
Daniel's looking that up. He'll be the one to answer.
I would be more at ease with this if there was something to be done there.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, we do not have currently any plans for signalization at the intersection of Davis. intersection of Davis and Smith acts as a functional offset intersection for east-west travel there. We have talked about a Midland corridor plan that would likely address that, but that's not something that's currently being undertaken, but is something that we have been talking about and will likely be funding here in the near future.
But do you think that because of the traffic, this amount of cars that's going to be parking in and out of there, that it's going to be a worse situation than it is now?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, for the number of residential units that they are talking about, it is unlikely that that will make a shift in the level of service of that intersection with the few homes that they are talking about adding.
Yeah, I think Mr. Haverfield pretty much explained it, which they would make it easier traffic or easier flow. But as a future issue with that intersection as well as Smith, I was just wondering if he had any plans to make it easier there.
We do not have any current plans, though that doesn't mean that as we do that corridor plan for Midland, that something won't come out of that.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions for Parker? Okay, we all know the ropes, so we'll be back. Okay, so at this time, I believe we only had one person that had intended to speak, and that is Colleen. Is it Colleen Baker? Go ahead. Is this what you had intended to speak at? Okay, go ahead and come forward and restate your name and your address for us. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Colleen Baker, and my address is 172 North Benoit Place, right off of Davis here in Nampa. And so I wrote out a little bit so I would know what to say to you guys, and I thank you both, Mayor and council members, for hearing me. So I just wanted to point out that 1 block north of Davis is Winther Boulevard. And then you go down a little bit farther and you get to Sunny Lane, and that's like 1/6 of a mile. In that space, from here to there, are 19 driveways that are 2 homes and 2 businesses. There is also 4 driveway exits for 9 fourplexes that are straight across the street from this site. With that, that's about 2 cars each. That's about 72 cars that come in and out of that driveway alone. And the other thing is there are also 6 street entrances and exits in that 1/6 of a mile. And I'm right off of Davis, 1 block before Midland. Half the time during important parts of the day, morning, afternoon, and evening, I can't get in or out. There's so much traffic. And that's in or out of my street onto Davis. If I need to go out to Midland and make a left to go to Family or over to the Mini Mart or whatever it's called, I can sit there for 10 minutes trying to get across. As you've mentioned, Mr. Rodriguez, that's a lot of traffic there. And you take your life in your hands trying to get across. I'm feeling like adding 5 more fourplexes or 4 fourplexes and duplexes is just going to add more problems. And the other part of that is, now that I've seen this, is that that entrance basically looks like it's right across from Benoit, my street. And I don't know that that's going to help us anymore with the traffic. The other thing that I would like to say is that any of us making a left into or out of Davis, into or off of, onto Midland, or vice versa, all sit in lines and take that risk each time of another car swooping up behind us and rear-ending us. And it's scary at times to make those lefts. But the other thing I wanted to say is that in the summer, we have the pool over there on Davis Avenue. And we have kids coming from all over. They can't get across without risking their life at Davis and Midland. And it's scary to watch. And I've seen too many close calls. 30 seconds, boy, that's a long time. So there are no sidewalks, no stop signs, and no crosswalks. The fact that a light, some kind of signal is not being addressed or looked at any time soon scares me. I just think that we need to make better use of that area, and I object to it altogether without any safety being taken care of. It is too dangerous. That's it, right? I'm done? My 30 seconds is up. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Yes.
We asked,
Yes, you
is
may
it too
ask.
late to ask questions for Randy?
He'll come back up and if, do you mind if we pause for just, okay. So at this time, we don't have anyone else signed up. Perfect. So that was the question, if there's anyone else that had intended. So go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address.
Thank you for letting me speak, Mayor and council members. My name is Elsa Davis, and I live at 2416 West Ocean Point Avenue. And our neighborhood empties out onto Smith. And when I go down Smith to Midland, just tonight, there were 5 or 6 cars in front of me waiting to turn left onto Midland. And it took me 15 minutes just to get, now this was this evening, just to get up to Midland. When I got there, there were 3 cars in the suicide lane waiting to turn onto Smith, taking a left onto Smith where I was. So I wasn't going to get out of there for probably another 15 minutes. So I just then put on my right blinker, turned right, went down to several streets down, turned around, then came back up. Because I would have, you just can't get out of there at times. There are a lot of school buses that come through there. There is a lot of traffic already through there. So it doesn't just affect a Davis. You know, there's a lot of other streets that probably people aren't here because of whatever reason, but that it affects them trying to get out. And Smith is one of them. The safety, there's a school on Davis, little school on Davis, and the safety, as Ms. Baker was speaking about, for the children is another concern because they do come from Smith, to go to the pool also. So there's just a lot of concerns, I think, that have not been addressed in regard to the traffic that can be a real problem. And I don't, if you were to ask me to vote on it, I would say that right now, it doesn't sound like it's effective as far as safety or, makes sense that other things have to be addressed. So I would say no. Thank you. I appreciate very much you hearing me out. And Happy New Year.
Thank you. We appreciate you taking time to come. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight that did not get signed up? Yes. Go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address.
My name is Mike Cogburn, and I've lived on Benawa Place the longest of all the people that live there now. And I've seen the traffic, just like coming here tonight, I had to wait for the traffic because they were going to Midland. And finally a guy took and he stopped his truck, and let me have a gap. But then you worry about getting around the other lane where you can't see when somebody comes quick around the corner from Midland across Davis. Anyway, I think, and we're all getting older in that neighborhood, and we're going to have a problem there. I can see that's not directly across, but almost, and there could be a real nightmare, with more of these people living there, But I've been driving that road for over 50 years, so, yeah. And it's just gotten worse and worse, But then again, I've always said, well, we need less people in the town.
Yeah.
I told Maxine Horn that's, don't promote more growth. We don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just think that there's going to be a problem, with somebody getting hit, and none of us need that. Because, you know, there's been some, I think, a couple nasty accidents at Smith. And, because I can hear them. Or on Davis and Midland, you know, I'd be in the yard or something, and you can hear an accident happening, you know. But it's just gonna really put a problem of the residents on Benawag getting out of the neighborhood or getting back in, you know. And when you gotta stop in the road to make a left-hand turn from Midland into Benawag, that just backs up the traffic onto Midland. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking time to come.
Mr. Cogburn, what was your home address? What was your home address?
165 North Benawag Place.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is that all you need?
That's
Yes,
it?
that's all I
Yeah,
needed.
Thank you. So just for staff, at some point, it would be nice to see, maybe it's the Google map, to point out the various areas that all these people are talking about. It would be nice to see a map overview, possibly a Google map, so we could identify what they're talking about.
Mayor, the Benawal place is right here across from the apartment.
Okay. So the property is immediately to the south of where your cursor is, is that correct? Where's the property that we're talking about on that map?
Right there. The yellow.
The yellow is the proposed property, and that is Davis, is the road right there. Okay, and then what is the one that is going north and south? Is that Midland? Okay, where's Smith?
Down here.
Okay, it's interesting that Smith has been brought up quite a bit tonight. Okay. And where's the school in proximity?
There's an. There's no
Is it Willow
school
Creek?
in Davis.
Yes, that's Willow Creek, yes.
It's Willow Creek.
Okay, is the school, okay. And then where is, from Davis, at that location, where is Lions Park and the swimming pool that's being referenced?
Where that green spot is right there.
Okay, so that's just, not too far, okay. Then I have another question about the, just about the lack of sidewalks. So this area, what I'm hearing, has a lack of sidewalks. Is this county properties that have come into the city, and that's why we don't have? Yeah. It's the typical thing that we face.
Mayor, the lack of sidewalks in this area, there are some larger county properties, this being one of those that has subsequently come into the city. You can see the property next to it to the east is very similar. It used to be in the county, was an older development, and then on the west of that, you have some newer development that has sidewalks. There are some older city developments there as well that do not have sidewalks based on their age. And so it is a mix of those county and older city developments where sidewalk was not a standard practice at that time for that area.
So the safety concern, I guess a question I would have, I think one of the things which is in some ways not related to this topic, but based on the comments that have been made, safety has been a concern. And so is there any plan to put a hawk or a rapid flashing beacon or anything on Midland? Is that in any of our plans for crossing? Because what I'm hearing is we've got kids crossing to get to the park. And so if you add more just traffic.
Mayor, council, that would be something that as we do that Midland corridor study, that we would be looking at the appropriate places for that. Identifying if signalized intersections are needed, and that would then also address that crossing issue. And so that is something that is not currently in the plans, but when we do that study and do that that would be something that would identify those locations and needs for future funding.
And how far out is that corridor study?
So there were funds allocated in this budget for a portion of that. And so we have not begun that process yet. And there are other priorities that have come up that may delay that for a year or so, depending on how those other priorities fit in.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilman Bauer.
So my grandma lived right there. Can I ask Randy or
Yes.
whoever? So that's not just a house that's there right now. It's a small business, right? I remember. It's vacant.
It was, the owner had rented it out to a guy who had a landscape company.
Yeah, because
And he was like storing stuff on the
yeah, because there was like trucks going in and out. I mean, there's multiple trucks going in and out when the last time I heard. So I was just asking, like, you know, if there was multiple trucks going out, in and out, versus that would not affect the traffic. Well, if someone else bought it, that's not you, it could be, I mean, is a small business allowed to be there?
Possibly, would that be, I'm
I'm just saying.
I think that might be a question for staff, even though you could answer it. We'll have staff answer that question.
Mayor and Councilman, the zoning would not allow a business there, just single-family home and multifamily in a limited factor, yeah.
But I mean, it was, because it had
There's a lot of non-conforming uses.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Well said.
Okay, so we're still in the public testimony timeframe, and Debbie, I think because we didn't have anyone signed up, we've had a few people sign up. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Thank you, so you would be welcome to come and state your name and address.
Matthew Lara, 94 South Greenscape Lane. My grandmother's house was just east of there, Ada, and off of Ada Street. And I was born and raised in this town. Davis has always been a main thoroughfare between Midland and the 7th and Yale interchange before they put that triangle in there. Now you can't turn down off of Yale going on to Davis. So between Canyon and Midland, it's a main thoroughfare. When I was a kid, 30-some years ago, riding my bike up and down that street, it's always been busy. There's always have been a need for a traffic light at Davis and Midland. And it's, to why it's never been done, I have no idea. But in support of my fellow citizens who actually live in that area and have to deal with that traffic, I concur with them that's there needs to be, if you're gonna put that many more houses in that area, you need to put a traffic light there. And if you're worried about some sort of study or something of what you're gonna do with Midland later on, then maybe you should anticipate building a bigger, wider traffic light intersection area for improvements later on. If you're gonna make it 4 lanes in each direction, anticipate for that. But there needs to be a traffic light there. That if I was to drive right now to go to Midland from here, I'm gonna go down Davis. And everybody else in this town is gonna go down Davis. If they're coming down Midland and they wanna get downtown, they're gonna come down Davis. That's just the main thoroughfare between those two areas. So if you're gonna be adding 18 more units, that's another 20, 36 some odd cars that could be coming in and out of the area. That's just too much traffic. And then now with, 15, 20 years ago when they added that school and they've had the improved swimming pool down at Lyons, I can see all those people coming up and down Smith, those kids walking across there. They can walk right up there to Davis, take the controlled intersection right across and get safely across. Just put a traffic light there. Build it for improvement.
Thank you, Matthew. And I always love hearing someone that actually has lived here and as a kid rode their bike here. That's a great thing. That's great. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify tonight in the public hearing? Okay. I think we just get to one time. So okay. Well, if you would like to write down your question and bring it forward, I would be happy to address it. Okay, if you have something to write on, and maybe someone, Parker, or maybe hand it over to staff and they can get it to Parker. So you're welcome to put that forward. Okay, at this time, it would be the opportunity for an applicant to come back.
Sorry.
Is it
I knew I
okay?
was picking up too many things. Am I going to be back on the screen? Not that I need to be, but to address some of the questions that I heard from Victor, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez. Terms in the construction industry when it comes to moving dirt around is cut and fill. So where you have high spots and you have low spots, you can cut the high spots and put that dirt down into the lower areas, so you can kind of contour that way. It's ideal if you don't have to bring in a lot of extra dirt. That costs money to transit that in. So the intent would be to try to work with the cut and fill so that it equalizes itself and we meet the grades that we need to. As far as when you look at, it's gone, but when you look at where Davis ties into Midland, and you look at the other alignments, there's no cross alignment with Davis. It basically is a duplex or fourplex development. So if I go down here, maybe that, it's not going to show it as good. But you can see Smith down there. That's where your light belongs, because there's a cross alignment potential there and a main collector where you have cross alignment with Smith. You've already got Midland going up. Where you have Davis dying into to Midland, it just doesn't justify having a signalized intersection there. And then when you look just slightly further to the north, Summerwind Place, again, is an off alignment with Davis. So having a cross alignment is going to be difficult. It's not going to happen. But it could definitely happen with Smith. And then when you do the corridor study, that's when you can identify where those would take place. And then that would help generate more traffic along Smith and away from Davis Avenue. Again, I've stated before, I believe by the right-of-way dedication of 40 feet from the center line, which is a total of 80 foot as far as for Davis, and then 100-foot right-of-way for Midland, the improvements that are going to be made will help widen the street, provide the sidewalks, and the improvements are going to be made, and basically the developer's paying for it. We're not, as a city, paying for those improvements. The one thing that I thought when I was listening to the conversation is a crosswalk could easily be added, because you've already have a stop from Davis westbound onto Midland. Crossover would be quite easy for those kids to go onto the north side and walk down to the park or to the pool. So I think as far as, it's not ideal. There's no street in Nampa that I think you'll find is perfect. Well, unless there's a roundabout on it. But I believe that this is a pretty safe development. I think it's well thought out, and it's a good example of smart growth where we're providing a product for the housing community that's needed. It's really needed here, and yet the density is not exceeding. We're not asking for a variance. We're not asking for any of those. We're just trying to meet the requirements of the comp plan with the RD zone. 12 units per acre is allowed. We've cut back 2 units where we had 20 to start with, where we thought we could get another extra 2 more units. We've cut that back. So, and again, when you look at the amount of open space, it exceeds our requirement by 3 times what our requirement is. So I believe that it's meant to be and will be a great project. I've got a great developer that I'm partnered with here. I think they do wonderful work, and they've invested themselves in the community already by providing housing in the north end of Nampa in an opportunity zone off of 6th Street North. And so they know us. They want to be partners with us as they go forward with other projects. And I would just, again, encourage you to support the project. So any questions you might have for me? No?
A question that I'm sitting here thinking
Mhm.
is that, and I don't know if this is for staff or who it's for, but would it be appropriate to ask the owner of this property and the developer to actually contribute to the cost of a hawk or rapid flashing beacon light to improve the safety?
On Davis or on Midland?
Davis or on Midland at Davis, right there at that corner. Because one of the biggest things that I'm hearing is that we've got a real safety concern.
Mhm.
And there's a traffic concern, but really it's a safety concern. And I just thought would the owner be willing to contribute to the cost of a signal to where it would increase the safety?
Mayor,
And
and
this is
I can-
pedestrian traffic,
Yeah.
not cars.
Right, and I'll let them speak to that. From a standpoint of my judgment, again, it would have to fall back on our staff's recommendation. Putting a hawk signal at that location on Midland would have to be a part of a corridor plan study. Putting it on Davis wouldn't make sense because you've already got to stop at that point where there could be easy crossover by virtue of the stop sign that's already there. There's no or no stop sign on Midland as it goes past Davis. So, but again, I mean, if that's something that was necessary, I guess it could be considered.
And it may not be recommended from a safety standpoint.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I think the question that one of our citizens asked was, when is the proposed corridor study on Midland going to begin? So we talked about that briefly. It could be a year out before the study begins. It could be a couple of years before. Is that right? Yeah. So if we were to identify something to be done there, we could be a couple of years out. And I would say if the development were approved, it would probably be at least 18 months before those are up. I don't know what is anticipated, what kind of time frame. But we still would have a season before we have a corridor plan in place. Was that correct? Okay. I don't think I have any answers, but
No,
questions.
but again, I think what you're hearing from the community is a sensitivity. I think what you have as a council and the mayor's position is a sensitivity to the concerns that we have that growth is causing. To say stop growth and to not have it, don't provide for the needs of the community as far as in a housing format, I think is not smart on our part. But that's just, again, a decision you need to make. But I think from a standpoint of trying to develop something that would be a nice fit in that location, lowest impact as we can provide and meet the comp plan, as far as intent, I think we've done that as far as in this concept, and hopefully you'll agree with that.
Okay, so actually, the property owner, you would be welcome to come speak during this time of rebuttal. So go ahead and come forward. You need to stand up, though, and come to the mic. Yeah.
So Casey Ames, 342 Clearpoint Way, Eagle, Idaho. I'm open to whatever requests the city has or whatever the engineers recommend. I think I've taken that stance throughout this whole thing. I also have 3 children. They're all walking around and playing around, so I get it. And I surely don't want to put something there that is going to cause injury, right? That is not the intent. When I look back at not only planning and zoning and this, but several discussions with Randy Haversfield throughout this whole process, we're thoughtful with all the decisions that we make on not only density, where we're going to put these things, what they're going to look like, the elevations, everything into it. So I am empathetic to the neighbors that are around there that have concerns due to traffic, due to children. At the end of the day, as he touched on, like, the growth just isn't stopping. and it's not gonna stop anytime soon. I live in Eagle, I've lived in Boise, I'm in Nampa all the time. The traffic is not the same as it was even a couple years ago, and I think that's realistic to say. So if the engineers decide that that is something that they want me to contribute to and split or whatever that layout looks like, I'm surely open to do that. I would just fall back on the professionals that make those decisions on what streets they're gonna be on and where they're going to be, so. But I am open, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming forward. Thank you very much. Okay, council, do you have any further questions for the applicant before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? Looking for a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Well, Mayor, I struggle with this because of the traffic issues that have been mentioned, and Midland is terrible, yes, but then again, I think this proposal with Mr. Kenny's wanting to help and figure this thing out with us is a good plan. And so I'm going to make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment from RS6, 6,000 square feet, and RA subdivision residential for this program, for this proposal for Taylor and James Homes Incorporated without conditions of staff.
With conditions of approval, yeah.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the zoning map amendment as stated with conditions of approval. Is there further discussion from council?
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to commend the applicant on a really good presentation, and I also commend the citizens on bringing up some very valid concerns, the safety. And when I look at the nature of the request tonight, it's a zoning map amendment, which it definitely fits in to our comp plan. But the safety is a very valid concern. But I don't really know that that falls under the applicant as much as the city. And so when I think about, we're not going to have a corridor study for 2 years, and then, well, we have a study, but then how long after that does something actually happen? So maybe we as a city need to reevaluate our corridor. And on Midland, I know personally, driving on Midland, I try to avoid it. I try to avoid turning onto Midland from a side street unless I can go to a stoplight. And I also know that I've watched people trying to run between traffic to get across that street, and not only children, but adults as well. And it's pretty scary. So I look at the project, and I know that our applicant's architect has built quality projects in the past. But then again, I would be in favor of that zoning amendment, but we really have to look at something that has to be done. And I do appreciate our developer saying that he's willing to do whatever necessary that he can do to help toward the safety factor. So I don't know how we can do that or if we can amend the motion, but I'm willing to go for the zoning amendment with the stipulation that we're going to be evaluating Midland and that corridor not 2 years from now, because like I say, it could be 5-6 years from now before we actually see improvements. So I don't know legal what we have to do on that, but that is the only way I'm going to move forward in a positive vote.
So I think what I hear you saying is if the person that made the motion and did the second was willing to add an additional condition of approval to it, that we would ensure that sometime in the next 18 months before this is actually done, that we would have some form of safety recommendation on that corridor. I don't know if that's possible, but I think, is that what I'm hearing?
That is what you're hearing, and I don't even know if the 18 months down the road is really soon enough. And so that's where I'm going to defer to legal, because I don't know, because like I say, it states on the agenda, the zoning map amendment, but big picture, as I am, it's really a safety concern down the road.
Thank you.
Mayor and Councilmember Levi, the a corridor study is really a separate issue that's not really in the developer's control. That's up to the council. I'm a little concerned about a condition that is kind of unknown for them to be able to comply with. It could be 18 months, it could be 6 months, it could be 24 months. Something more concrete as far as contributing toward a proportionate share, if you can identify that to something specific, would be one thing, but I don't know if that's definitive enough to tie the approval to.
Well, and I appreciate the comments. I think that staff is here tonight and listening. And so as I see Tom shaking his head, needless to say, we've heard the concerns and regarding the traffic. And with the corridor study, it's for us as city council, just so you guys know, we need to look at our prioritization of those studies so that we can get them done. And so if there's something that's causing that to pause because we're prioritizing something else, we need to take that into consideration and maybe reprioritize it and fund the corridor study so we get it done because we recognize it's a safety issue. So right now, safety is of the utmost importance, and we do have a window with some grants with the new infrastructure dollars that have come through, and we need to push on those for safety purposes across our entire community, this being one. So I really, really appreciate hearing the safety concerns. And so I think that's something, and I appreciate legal expressing the opinion that it's outside the scope of what we're doing today. And I know the citizens are concerned, but I hear a lot about safety, which is not part of this decision. But I just want to say that we as city are hearing you, and we need to address it, the safety concerns. So with that,
Mayor, if I may, it's Darrell.
hi, Darrell.
And so just from a timeline, do we have any idea at all when this federal infrastructure money will actually be reaching the city of Nampa? Because I think mainly our citizens need to know the amount of dollars that we can expect that's reality-wise, and then also the timeline on those dollars, and then be able to communicate to them, just like you communicated, what our priorities are. I think that right now, I don't have any idea, so I know the citizens don't have any idea totally what our priorities are. I know about the roundabouts and intersections and so on, but especially crossings and safety for children. So do we have any idea on the infrastructure federal monies when we actually can utilize those?
And you may or may not be able to see Tom Points making his way to the microphone to
Okay.
answer your question.
I see him now.
Mayor, Councilor Bruner, so we're putting together a list of projects right now internally, and we're going to talk it over with Doug and Cliff, and then present it to Mayor, and then we want to bring this topic to City Council. I think we decided in February, didn't we, Mayor?
The first meeting in
Yeah.
February.
So the Infrastructure Jobs Act bill that came out, it's $1 trillion across the nation, and a lot of it is for transportation. So where we're looking through, there's 1,000 pages on that act. We're looking through that and figuring out what categories. There is a safety category. There's some pedestrian categories, so we can get those on the list. Really, these monies are coming in the next 5 years, is what we're reading in the act. So that's kind of answer your timeline question. The most important thing to do to get these projects funded is to get them ready. So I appreciate Daniel's step of doing the corridor plan. We got a plan where to put these infrastructures, and then there's right of way often with these, which will be another thing we got to clear out. And with the federal dollars, we'll have environmental. So we'll work on it as fast as we can, but that's kind of your timeline. There's a lot of opportunity coming, and we'll be busy, and we're excited about it. It's going to be great, but that's what we know today.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just clarification, if I might, Tom. So is the corridor study dependent on those federal infrastructure dollars?
Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, so no, that we can fund that corridor study with Nampa dollars, and we should, because in order to get these projects ready to go, so they're shovel ready and grant eligible, we have to have all the planning done and get the right of way and environmental. So we can fund that
with our own funding.
So follow up if I might, please. So what realistically would we be looking at as far as the corridor study and then something actually happening? So I have a two-part question there.
Are you
Timeframe and-
asking about the cost of it, or?
No, when would we look at something actually happening then if, for that corridor study? Are we still looking 8 months to 2 years out? Or, and then when would we look at something actually happening?
So I can talk to Daniel about the priorities after the meeting here, and we can move things around and get the study done, that, you know, ideally this year. And I think we'll just get going on that. Actual construction, I don't anticipate that, 3 years at the soonest. So, because it takes, the way that these projects have been going, it's 1 year in design, and environmental, 1 year in right-of-way acquisition, 1 year in construction.
Would that be the same if it were the installation of some type of, whether it be a flashing beacon, rapid flashing beacon, or a, I don't know, I may get the names right, the Hawk
So
signal?
this, if I remember right,
At
this is
Davis.
Mayor, this is a 5-lane section through here. So it'll have to be at the Hawk.
The Hawk, okay.
Because it's too far of a distance to put in the rapid flashing beacon.
Mhm.
The Hawks are, so they're the ones with the mast arms.
Right.
Then they're getting expensive because of the shortage of materials. I think we used to be able to get one of those for $250,000. What is it, $750 roughly now? Maybe more. So I wouldn't, wouldn't expect the developer to pay for all that. This is like an incremental change with their project, and I appreciate them asking or being willing to help somewhat. But we do need to identify the location, right? You don't want to have a Hawk too close to your signal. Let's say we signalize Smith.
Right.
Then you have your Hawk right there, which is too close. So that's why we really should do the plan.
Mhm. And I think the ask is that we get it done and see if we can prioritize that for Midland just because of the safety concerns.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. So we are in the discussion. We had a motion to approve and a second, and we are in the discussion phase. So is there any other discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
So when it comes to these decisions, I try to be really objective, and just each decision has a bunch of unique circumstances about it. On this one, I feel like more traffic was caused by the new park we put in at Lions. That's going to cause more people to go there. So if that was concerned, we shouldn't have put a brand new equipment in there, because now there's more traffic on Davis. I feel like when Davis when I was a kid, they moved that. When you go down Davis, you couldn't go to the freeway anymore. You got to turn right. So, and even when I'm looking at I swear that was I'm looking at my Onyx maps, and it's Gem State LLC on the on my Onyx maps, the satellite, because I remember trucks going in and out of there quite often. So I feel like if it's not going to be, if we vote no, if something's going to go in there eventually, it's got to be a small business or something. It's just kind of built like that. And we got a lot of different demands here at the city, whether it be a restaurant, gas station, some duplexes or something. So that's why I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference with the traffic. Like I said, I think that was such a big, the park itself causes more traffic than, a few residents in that area. So that's why I'm voting yes. Sometimes I vote no. I try to vote, be objective, and really weigh the pros and cons on each decision. And I didn't know, Randy was even a part of this when I was looking at it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
I just
Councilwoman
wanted
Rebecca.
to make one point of clarification. Because of my vote, I had mentioned earlier in my deliberation that I would not vote in a positive because of the safety factor. But because it is a zoning amendment, I would vote in favor of the zoning amendment. But I believe that city staff has heard us. I believe the citizens have heard us, and we definitely need to look into that. And I believe your word is gold, and so I'm going to trust you on that, and I will be supporting the motion.
Is there any other discussion?
Mayor, just real quick, as far as the zoning, I can support the zoning motion there, but I do think that the public safety is a huge concern, and I think that that does need to be prioritized moving forward if we do go ahead and approve that. And also, I did want to say that the project itself is very attractive. I think that the amount of green space really is suited for that area. I think it really does make a difference, so it's not so compact in that, and so I really appreciate you making those efforts to put in that green space.
Great, thank you. With that, if there's no further discussion, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Youngula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you for those of you that have been here this evening.
Thank you, Mary. Council, appreciate your positive vote in this.
Thank you. And we appreciate the citizens and your comments. With that, we will move to 6.3. This is our last public hearing this evening. This is, 6.3 is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential zoning district, and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for, is it Wagger's Dairy subdivision? Wagers? Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. This is on 19.67 acres for Bonnie Layton, representing Leah Wilson. And the original concept is 69 single-family lots on 18.05 acres, 13 common lots, 4.68 acres of open space for a gross density of 3.11 and net density of 3.82. And our applicant is here. Good evening. And go ahead and state your name and address. Thank
Good
you.
evening, Mayor Kling, members of the council. My name is Bonnie Layton. I'm a senior planner with NV5. We are located at 690 South Industry Way in Meridian, Idaho, 83642. And I just want to start out by saying thank you all, well, welcome also, and thank you tonight for your time this evening to consider our application, and to staff. They're always a pleasure to work with in helping us develop this application and getting it submitted tonight before you. We believe that our application is consistent with the City of Nampa's comprehensive plan and the zoning code. And on behalf of Mrs. Wagers and the rest of her family, I'm here this evening to request your approval of the proposed Wagers Dairy annexation and preliminary plat. I got it right. All right. So the Wagers Dairy subdivision is located to the east of Midway Road and north of Moss Lane, and is located just over a half mile from the Moss Lane and Cleveland Boulevard intersection. The subdivision is also dissected by Portner Road that runs north-south, connecting Homedale Road to Moss Lane. And what you see on the map on the screen, I've identified the parcels that make up a portion of the project. They are within the red dashed lines. So the existing and surrounding conditions of our project, the future land use map designation is for medium-density residential. We are surrounded by approved and existing development, both city development to the south. There's a county subdivision to our west. And then to the northwest corner, I'll get into that in a second, but we're also approved for a subdivision in the city of Caldwell. Right-of-way dedication and improvements along Moss Lane, Portner Road will provide enhanced vehicular traffic flow and connectivity and safety. Water and wastewater service lines are also available for connection and have the capacity to serve the project. One of the conditions of approval through the planning and zoning process was that we secure a utility easement to connect to the sewer main line, which is available in the south of our project in the subdivision to the south, which we did secure an easement for that, and it's been recorded and provided to staff. Okay, as you saw in the application, our project is roughly 22.19 acres. We've got 67 single-family home sites with 13 common lots with a density of 3.41 per acre and 18.1% open space. This includes community parks dispersed throughout the community, a linear park pathway system along the South Branch lateral. The Wagers family has actually owned and operated this property as a farm since 1937. So they were here a long, long time. But now, with the growth and urbanization in the area and the fact that the family is no longer farming the property, they've leased it out for the last couple of years, it's time that they wanted to bring a quality development to the city of Nampa. There are a mix of lot widths ranging from 55 feet wide to 106 feet, and the total lot depths ranging from 100 feet deep to 120 feet deep. These lots range in size from just over 6,000 square feet. We've got one that's over 17,000 square feet in one of the cul-de-sacs. And the average lot size is 8,268 square feet. As I mentioned, frontage improvements along Moss Lane and Portner Road are all planned as part of this project, along with additional off-site improvements on Meeker Avenue. I don't know if this, let's see, oops. Oh, it doesn't show up, does it? Christy, does it show up on the? It absorbs the light. So to the off-site to the west of our parcels, there was a condition to improve, repave Meeker Avenue from Midway to our project site, along with the frontage improvements along Moss, which is to the south. And then Portner, we'll be widening the right-of-way on that's adjacent to our frontage. And we are in agreement with repaving the entire distance from our northern boundary along Portner. It's down to Moss Lane. Let's see. This is just a plot with the dimensions. I'll get into more of the detail of right-of-way as we heard from the last application, and as we've heard at planning and zoning for this application as well. We are proposing several right-of-way improvements, obviously roadways that are internal to our project, but then also the improvements. There's 760 feet of off-site linear roadway that will be repaving for Meeker. The asphalt is deteriorated. We're in agreement with improving that. Portner Road, as I mentioned, it connects Homedale to Moss Lane. Our frontage along Portner makes up half of that, 1,325 lineal feet. So we will be, because of the dilapidated condition of the pavement in that area, when we go to do our widening, staff has requested that we also not just pave to the center of the road, that we repave where the existing pavement is, because there's nothing of substance to attach. And so we are in agreement with that as well. And then, of course, Moss Lane frontage improvements, we've got an irrigation line that we'll have to pipe and do the typical frontage improvements that you would require along Moss Lane. One thing to note, as I mentioned, and you can see in the left slide, we actually have in our northwest corner another 40 acres that makes up the Wagers property. And you can see that there. And so this application, we went back and forth with staff, both with the City of Nampa and the City of Caldwell, to determine how this should be developed. The area of impact line actually dissects this property. So should we bring it all into Nampa? Should we bring it all into Caldwell? How exactly should we divide that? How should the services be laid out? And so with a lot of back and forth, meeting together, meeting separately, the two cities met, it was determined that the best option for everyone would be to keep them completely separate. So that is the plan that we have brought forth this evening, but recognizing that this was part of a larger project, that the Wagers, this is their property that they want to, after farming since 1937, finally want to develop. I should note that and it's in your staff report, the 40 acres that was processed through the city of Caldwell received planning and zoning and unanimous city council approval on December 20th. So that portion of our project has been approved. This is the remainder portion. At that hearing, there was a lot of discussion about the safety along Midway and Homedale. Brent Orton, the city engineer for the city of Caldwell, testified that they are studying that intersection and also planning to put some lights there or at least a four-way stop in the interim. We've actually, on the plat for that corner, have left room for a roundabout and are in agreement with the conditions of approval for frontage improvements along that portion. And I think it all relates to pedestrian safety and traffic in the area. So some pretty significant improvements on a whole with this project. Let's see. And another thing to note, and it again was in your staff report, even though our project in Nampa was small enough, it didn't trigger a traffic impact study. We knew that we were bringing all of this in, and so to be above board, we did a traffic impact study through the city of Caldwell, but it looked at all of the property, not just the Caldwell piece, and so staff was also provided a copy of that. Let's see. So with that, additional thing that was added in the planning and zoning hearing here at the city of Nampa, we were conditioned to look at adding a speed bump on Portner Road, which again, we were in agreement with if that's something that the city council chooses to uphold. The neighbors were concerned about some speeds and safety. We feel like we're doing some pretty extensive roadway improvements around the perimeter of the project to help increase pedestrian safety and vehicular safety. And again, this is an urbanizing area that is getting the attention of qualified staff both here at the city of Nampa and the city of Caldwell. Let's see. So these are, when the Wagers family came to me, they said, you know, we're ready to develop this property. And having lived in the area for generations, they said, we saw this London Park project. It's on the west side of Midway, north of Moss Lane, go in. And they said, that really sets the bar for this area. We really like the character and the quality, the style of the architecture, how those homes live. You know, some of them have 3-car garages that have an RV bay. And they said, we really want to develop a project that is like that, that we can be proud of. We want lot sizes that are similar to that, but also provide a range of sizes. And so I went out to that project and snapped these photos to show these are the style of homes and the character that the family envisions for this project. These are examples of, you know, there could be 1- and 2-story homes there. Like I said, 3-car garages, some with an RV bay. Let's see. And I think that is it for my presentation at the moment. Anyways, and so again, on behalf of my client and our team of consultants, again, I thank you for your time this evening, and I will stand for any questions.
Bridge being constructed right now. Is that There's a freeway bridge being constructed right now. Is that?
Councilman Bauer, I believe it's
View
View
Stick?
Stick?
Is it just a bridge or are they doing on-ramps? Just a bridge? Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? As you know, we will have you back. Thank you. It was a very thorough presentation. Great job. And it sounds like you've done a lot of work in preparation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we'll have you back after the public hearing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So Christy, looks like you're on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. The request before you this evening is approval or denial of the annexation and zoning to RS6 and the preliminary plat of the Wagers Dairy subdivision on the property located on Moss Lane and Portner Road. The property is currently outside the city limits in Canyon County, but is contiguous to the city limits on the south side at Moss Point subdivision. Moss Point is zoned RS6, and on the north and west, this property is bordered by Canyon County residential properties. The project is split between Caldwell and Nampa, as she mentioned. The area shown here is the Nampa portion only. As of December 20th, Caldwell has approved their side of this project. On November 23rd, the Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval to you. The city does have sewer, water, and pressurized irrigation systems that are adequate to serve this portion of the property, and the project will be required to construct utilities to and through the property at the time of development. So traffic is a big topic, so I'm going to cover that one first. She covered quite a bit of what was in the engineering memo, but I'm just going to go over it real quickly. Right-of-way is required to be dedicated 40 feet on Moss Lane and 28 feet on Portner Road, both from the center line. Since the property is being platted in conjunction with additional land in Caldwell, Nampa Engineering Division requested that Caldwell include the Nampa portion in the traffic study. The TIS reflected no impacts to the City of Nampa controlled roadways. However, there were impacts to Homedale Midway intersection and Homedale Caldwell Boulevard intersections, both of which are controlled by the City of Caldwell. The report also reflected that no turn lanes were required at any of the site accesses. As such, no mitigation is required beyond the payment of standard impact fees at this time. Frontage road improvements will be required on Moss Lane and Portner Road. The Nampa Highway District has jurisdiction over Portner Road, Wilma Lane, and West Meeker Avenue, and all design and permitting will go through them. The applicant did mention that on Portner Road is an old 2-lane rural road with failed pavement sections. This development will be required to fully repave Portner Road from its north boundary on Moss Lane, in addition to required frontage widening in front of their portions of the development. West Meeker, Wilma, and Bernie are county subdivision roads that were likely originally gravel with asphalt that was placed later on. The asphalt is generally in very poor condition. The development will be required to fully repave West Meeker Avenue from its west boundary to Midway at the current 24-foot width. So these are the applicable regulations that need to be applied for the annexation and zoning decision that you make this evening. It's in your staff report, and if you want me to go over that, I am certainly happy to do that. The other applicable regulations are the zoning for RS6 and the subdivision requirements in Chapter 27. There was public input from the neighbors stating that this would have an effect on traffic on Midway Road, that they've seen multiple accidents there, that the speed is higher than it should be, that they have a concern for their irrigation water, that growth is exceeding the improvements that are in the city now. They question the TIS data collection and the timing of it. Portner Road improvements, they want to keep construction dirt to a minimum. They'd like to see responsible growth and less loss of ag land. Also, there was a request that since P&Z recommended a speed bump for Portner, that there should also be speed bumps on Bernie and Meeker. However, these roads are under the Nampa Highway County jurisdiction, and so that would have to be discussed with them. That's not really a decision for us to make at this time. We also received standard comments from the building department, from Valley View School District. They do have concerns with the capacities in their schools. The Nampa Highway District had some comments, police and fire. Police stated that an additional 0.3 officers and 0.1 support staff may be required, and fire mentioned that 0.207 firefighter positions might be required with this expansion. And then the standard engineering comments that were included in the conditions of approval. You can see from this map where the applicant pointed out that the impact area boundary stops at the Caldwell boundary. So you can see there in the northwest corner when it turns gray, that's where our impact area stops. The future land use designation on our side is medium density residential, which is 2.5 to 8 dwelling units per gross acre. This subdivision proposes a density of 3.41, so it falls on the lower side of that. For routes to school, they will be in the Valley View School District. So it will be Valley View High School, which is 3 miles away, Summit View Middle School, which is actually north, on the north side of Caldwell at Smead and Highway 2026, and Lakeview Elementary School, which is 2.5 miles away. So the Compass did an analysis on this, and they reported back that it indicates a need for more jobs in the area, that farmland is being consumed, although there is 533 acres of farmland within a mile of this project. The nearest public park is 1.7 miles away, and the nearest grocery store is 1.4 miles away. The applicant submitted a value of each finished lot at $500,000 plus. So that does fall within the positive fiscal impact for the city. She covered most of the elements of the plat. If you have questions about that, I'm certainly happy to go over it. The city forester did review the landscape plan and had no additional comments at this time. According to what they provided with lot sizes and open space, it does meet our code at present. The conditions of approval are listed in your staff report. Item number 2 has been satisfied as they acquired the easement. And then P&Z did add that they would like to provide the speed bump on Portner Road at the northwest corner of this development. So you will need to include that in your motion if you choose to keep it. And there is your potential motion.
Thank you, Christy.
Yes, thank you.
Council, do you have questions? Councilman Haverfield.
Christie, if you go back to the zoning map that indicates the adjacent zones, to the south is the connectivity as far as for the portion of the property that fronts on Moss Lane. And then there's that upper section in pink there that is connected to the portion that is truly contiguous to the city limits, our zone. Does that pinpoint connection meet our standards as far as for adjacency of city limits? It's pretty thin connection point.
Councilman Haverfield, that entire yellow area on Moss Lane from Oneida out, that's a full length there that is contiguous to city limits.
I see in the yellow, the RS6 zone. I see the portion in pink that's fronting on Moss Lane.
Yes.
Then I see an upper section of property that is connected to the portion that's fronting.
the corner.
That's just that one little corner.
That is adequate for state law.
That does meet the
Yes,
requirements.
that does meet code.
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was leapfrogging in a sense from that standpoint. So when you say the utilities are be installed to and through the property, that upper portion up there, how does that route back through the development? Or does everything flow back towards the east as far as with sewer?
Councilman Haverfield, that is an engineering question,
Okay.
so I would defer to Daniel on that one.
All right. He's a big boy, he'll come up.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the sewer for that upper portion will come up Portner. So Portner is the line where you have the, between those two. So north-south, that line running the full length, that is Portner. Sewer will come up through there and serve both portions of the property that way, as
What
well
about
as water
water?
and irrigation.
Is there a loop system of water through there?
Based on the water model that we've looked at, there's not a need for a loop. We have adequate pressure and flow in that area with a single connection at this point. At some point in the future, probably many, many decades from now, if that development, the old county development, were to come into the city and have utilities, it would be looped at that point, but the single connection point for this development is adequate.
Okay. The final question then is, with the developer being responsible for half of the road section on Portner, on the lower section being on the, is that east side?
Yes.
And then the upper section only being on the west side, how does that transition take place?
So, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that is something that will be dealt with the actual final subdivision design. This is just the preliminary plat, but I would anticipate that our condition is that they repave the full section from their northern boundary, their most northern boundary, all the way down to Moss Lane. And so within the existing right-of-way there, they will be able to do some transition between that. The current pavement width is about 20 feet wide. With their widening on either side, this will widen out to a full 2-lane roadway to provide better access so you don't have conflicting movements of north-south traffic there. But there will be some transition there at that corner point, but that will be dealt with and designed with the final plat application.
So is that a 60-foot right-of-way or 80-foot?
Our Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, our current standard for a local roadway, which is what Portner would be a 56-foot right-of-way. So the requirement for the development is to dedicate out to a 20-foot right-of-way from the center line of that on each side of theirs. And then there's the existing right-of-way that's there now that is less than that.
So does the development agreement at this point indicate the placement of a sidewalk along the eastern boundary line with Portner on the upper section, and then the western, or I guess on the opposite side of the road? Is there a transition that takes place? Or are we talking about including a sidewalk in the improvements for the road as it comes down to Moss Lane?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the existing right-of-way there is on the portions that they do not own. So the southern west portion, there's not adequate right-of-way for a sidewalk to be, for full build-out of that right-of-way to be done on that property that is still within the county. Same with what is on the north portion on the west side or east side of the road. So there will be sidewalk. There will not be continuous sidewalk from Moss Lane to their north boundary. There will be a transition point there between the east and west sides there. This is a local roadway, and so the volume of traffic there is likely not such that it would warrant the placing of a crosswalk at that point. There should be adequate gaps for pedestrian travel to come across that without the need for that.
So the speed bump that was spoken of, where is that going to be placed?
The discussion at planning and zoning for the speed bump was to place that at their northern boundary prior to it going back to the existing county developed road that they will not be improving.
Okay, so my concern is pedestrian traffic as it is southbound on the west side of the road and then has to transition over to a side that's placed on the east side. So that crossover would be important to me as far as in discussion. The only other question I have then is, in the proposed development, or has it even come up yet, is there going to be a crossover between this development and to the subdivision that's being developed into Caldwell?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, it is my understanding that the desire from I believe from Caldwell, was that there was no connection between the two, and so at this point, there is not one proposed there.
There'd be 2 points of connection onto Portner from that upper section, and then there'd be 2 points off onto either Portner or onto Moss Lane then in the lower section. Since there's no connectivity.
Can you go to the street layout there? So, Mayor, Councilman
Okay.
Haverfield, you are correct. There are 2 points of connection for both the north and the southern portions to Portner.
So there's 4 different connection points.
Correct. And Portner is a local roadway. Those access spacings are well within the allowable.
No contributing traffic coming out of the Caldwell section.
No contributing traffic coming out of the Caldwell section.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for staff at this point? Okay, this is a public hearing, and we will step into the public testimony section, and we do have a few people signed up, and so we will go through that process. And so as you come forward, so I don't say it multiple times, please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to share your ideas, and Debbie will track time for you.
Bonnie Johnson.
Good evening.
And council members. My name is Bonnie Johnson. I live at 11568 West Hawkins Avenue, which is about 300 feet from this. And my concerns were just about the infrastructure, particularly the additional traffic on Moss Lane. Before they resurfaced the road, I drove over those potholes. It was a failed road, and they resurfaced it, and it's been, all right, it's gonna be resurfaced again. But when we add a whole bunch more cars in there, our access to the boulevard is horrible. There is no light. I mean, it's too close to the Middleton intersection, to the light there, to have its own light. But our intersection is often blocked with 2 lanes of traffic backed up there at the light. It's really hard to get out to turn right. And if somebody wants to turn left, you're gonna sit there for a long time. And it backs up all the way to that curve. There are school buses, especially during rush hour, that stop right there at the trailer park, and traffic backs up again. And we're gonna add another 130 cars. It just isn't gonna work very well at all for anybody. And if that road fails, because we're not talking about repaving the road, we're talking about just resurfacing the road, our property values go down. It's already, I can't go out that way to go to work. I go out the other way and get on Karcher because just it's too hard to get out there. I worry about the emergency services. There was a neighbor on Portner who lost his shop to a fire because nobody knew whether it was Caldwell or Nampa. And in the time that it took them to decide who was supposed to take care of it, it was gone. I mean, people with heart attacks, we have to know they have to know who responds to those calls so that there isn't any question. But my biggest concern is that traffic on Moss Lane. And already, there's no left turn lane and right turn lane at that intersection for us to get out at. I know it's a pretty narrow road, so. Anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for sharing your testimony. We appreciate it.
Marilyn Gunderson.
Was Marilyn online? Okay.
I am.
Hello. Go ahead and state your name and address, and thank you for joining us online.
Thank you. Marilyn Gunderson. I live at 1664 1 Bernie Drive, Nampa, Idaho. And I was one of the people that wrote in about the speed bump, and I'd like some clarification about a speed bump not being within your jurisdiction. It's a little confusing to me when Meeker Road can be resurfaced, and it's all part of the same road. Meeker turns into Wilma, Wilma turns into Bernie. I'm confused about that. And also, in remarks at Planning and Zoning, it was brought up that Teresa Wagers lives on the corner of the property, the east property on Moss Lane. And that had something, I believe it had something to do with not being able to make any entrances on that development because of her property. And as far as I know, Teresa doesn't live there anymore. She lives at Touchmark in Meridian. So I don't know that for a fact, but perhaps her grandson can clarify that. but I'd like to have an answer about those speed bumps because I'm confused. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. So I'm curious who, whether it be staff or the applicant, are taking the notes because when we get done, we need to come back and address these things. So, because I'm totally not familiar with those roads and what they're talking about, so you'll be able to. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Nicole McBee?
Yes. Okay, love that you have that map up there. Okay, I have some pictures. Can I bring them up to you so you can see, okay, our biggest concern is Portner Road. Okay? So they only want to develop half of Portner Road, okay? The pictures I brought you is the part they're not going to touch. So if you go up here to the development, you see where the yellow stops. You go up Portner Road, and that's Homedale Road. There's a light at Homedale. Because Moss Lane has become so jammed with traffic, when you go out to Moss, it comes out to the boulevard and Middleton Road. There's no way to turn left, period. If you want to go to Caldwell, you have to come down Moss Lane, go to Portner, go up Portner to Homedale, and then over. What I'm showing you in these pictures is what they are not going to annex in. Nampa's not going to touch it. They're going to leave that in the county, and that is a poor road. And that is like, it's poor living. It's slum. I'm sorry, it's just not, it's not developed. And those homes sit on the road. So a speed bump is going to do zero. When you end right here, you're going to develop Portner to the Nampa end, and then you're going to leave the rest of Portner where all of the houses currently are. And they're small, you can see, they're just teeny tiny, old homes, but probably in the 30s and 40s, except for Gibbons' home, which is the red home on the end, and she's on the end of Homedale and Portner. So that's what our biggest issue is. All of the residents now, if we want to go on the boulevard to Caldwell left, we have to go up Portner to Homedale and access the light. And you're not requiring these people that are going to develop it to do anything with Portner where that's not, where the problem is. Because right now you have farmland. Okay, that's farmland, fabulous. You're going to develop farmland, a road where there's not a lot of traffic and people, and then you're going to leave Portner alone. So that's the problem. The whole road has got to be developed, or it can't be said yes to, because you're looking you're looking at a cow trail that is not developed. Then the other issue I have is Valley View, and there's not enough schools. And you're not leaving land. None of these developers are asked to leave land. And Valley View, I have in there as a letter that was sent by Valley View stating, at some point, these developers have got to leave land in this area because we've got nowhere to put all these kids that are now in the school district. And then the water issue is now you've taken away farmland. And where these county houses are, which is most of that is county, these wells are only 50 to 60 feet deep. And you have no way to get water to them once so now they've got to drill a new well. And how much does it cost to drill a well right now? So that's the issue. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please develop Portner if you're going to do it. All of it.
So a question that we'll come back to is, which highway district is this in? Is this Canyon? It's in Nampa Highway District 1. Okay, thank you. And then it'd be nice to go back to the Valley View School comments, even though it's in our report. Thank you.
Pat Bryant?
Hi, my name's Patrick H. Bryan. I'm a little froggish. I had one for lunch and he didn't go down.
I have never heard that
greet you,
before.
council members and the mayor. My question is, instead of putting all this traffic, all this time on to Portner, why don't they hook this middle one to the other one, run them up to Homedale where they can improve it and leave Portner alone? And take off them there and just landscape that on each side. There's pretty homes on both sides of that, of the Wagers property. I went out on Lake Low Avenue and looked out there at Carriage Hills, north, and there is one exit coming off of there going in, even though it winds up 3/4 of a mile and back out. So it doesn't make a lot of sense why we can't leave our subdivision alone and take all the traffic up to Homedale, where it's the quickest way to get on the boulevard. It's the only place we got a light. I don't drive Moss no more because I can't get on most of the time. So I'll go across country and go in Lone Star and head into town that way, so I miss all the traffic. So like I say, my proposal that way, and Meeker's in good shape right now. I don't know why they need, it's wide enough two can meet real easy. The same with Bernie and the same with Wilma, but we don't want that traffic in our subdivision either. Someday we'll probably be in the city of Nampa's in there, but not at this point. But we haven't got a lot of traffic, and we went several years ago when our kids were smaller. We've been there 40 years. And we went when our kids were small to the county for speed bumps, and they turned it down. So I imagine now they're going to turn all the speed bumps down again because it's a liability. Somebody could lose control of their car jumping over one. But that's all I've got to say. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Can you help me better understand your suggestion, though? Because I'm not that familiar with that area, and you were saying they should do something different than they're doing. What was that? What roads were you saying that you would access Homedale? If it weren't Portner.
Everything out of that subdivision would go up to Homedale Road. And there's also one coming off onto Midway. So that's enough in and outs in there. They just tie the whole rest together. And there was a council member here a month ago, and he didn't like the little section down here on the lower right going on to Portner. He wanted them to come off of Moss there, one time in, big loop all the way and come right back out the same way. And not improve Portner. Leave it alone.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Schelling?
Hello, my name is Don Schelling. I live at 16538 Bernie Drive. So I live real close to this thing. And I can appreciate Mayor and all of you council members taking the time here tonight to take in my thoughts, that this is a complex development. This is a real big, tough decision. But I have some very serious concerns, very serious. I've lived here now 5 years plus. I've owned the property for 6+ years. One concern I have is my underground water. We're all on wells there. There's one community well, but that's still a well for those 12 or so people. The rest of us are on individual wells. Now, considering what happened over here at Lake Lowell, where construction took place and 12 people lost their wells, that bothers me. Now, I've heard concerns in Caldwell where they said they felt they had this all under control. It went from the east, that's the Nampa side. That's the flow of my water underground. They had their engineer talk about it. So now we're talking about the east. This is the part that worries me. So if my underground water is gone and my aquifer runs out, are you really prepared as a B plan for the city to annex us in and pay for all those improvements? This is a rural area. It's in the county. There's no sidewalks. They're old roads. And I'll get to that thought with the old roads in a moment. But they're old roads. There's no improvement. There's no natural gas. We have our own septic tanks. We're on wells. This is a very old thing. And I bought that property because it was like that. I liked that part about it. I didn't want any HOAs. I lived in Carson City, Nevada for 18 and a half years. I saw the mistakes that were made in the overdevelopment of the entire region of Carson City. It was epidemic. And the problems left behind by these builders were epidemic. I watched wells go dry for the city. The city's wells went dry. They had to bring in water from the southern hemisphere to fix that problem. The federal government found fault with them for their mistakes. The federal government, that's how bad it got. They had to bring it in from Minden-Gardnerville. So if this happens, the only solution is to put us into a city annexation, bring us into city water. I can see what's going to happen. And I also saw what happened there. They filled our wells full of concrete. So this also becomes the next problem. As you continue to build and overbuild this city, let me make that clear, overbuild this city, you're gonna run out of water. Your city's gonna be out of water, and you're gonna need to take our well water, because it's an aquifer and it's good water. It's very drinkable water. And I'm already well aware of how this works. So that's my thought to you as a B plan, because you're starting with your A plan, create the problem. So the B plan's got to be what you do. Okay, so I'm thinking in terms too about the condition of Bernie, the road I live on. It's deteriorated, it's cracked, it's fissured, it's going. You want to build another development at the end of my street, it goes right into this development. Are you prepared before you build this development to redo Bernie as well? You're going to bring in big trucks, you're going to bring in traffic, you're going to ruin my road. It's already falling apart. So there's a lot of other conditions here people have talked about with Portner. I thoroughly agree. The upper side of Portner needs completely redone. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tim Eld.
Thank you. My name is Tim Eld. I live at 16877 Prairie Lane. And I drive Portner Road every day, going home and going to work every day. As she showed you in these pictures, Portner Road is a very narrow, old country road. It just gets very minimal maintenance. There's barely room on this road for 2 cars to pass. If you meet a bus or a delivery truck, you cannot pass. You have to pull off the road and let one go over. This road needs to be rebuilt before the subdivision is even approved. Something I'd like to bring up too, about 21 years ago, I noticed there was surveying being done on Portner Road. They were out there measuring and doing everything. I went out and talked to the guys. They said they're surveying to widen out Portner Road from Moss Lane to Homedale Road. They were proposing to do this, and then nothing happened. And then I started questioning what's going on. And I was told that Mr. Wagers had told the Highway District he didn't want this road widened. And then I was talking to some neighbors the other day, and they confirmed the same thing, that it was Mr. Wagers that they said wanted this road stopped. So I can't prove that. I did talk to the Highway District to find information out about this. The engineer there was young, and he didn't know anything. He says, I don't know, that's too far back in my time frame. But he said that they knew that this development was being proposed, but they weren't going to do anything with the road at this time. And when I was here at the P&Z meeting, we talked about it, and it was obvious they didn't want anything to do with the road. NV5 is only going to do their part of the road. And then I thought it was just a joke when they said we're going to put a speed bump there to solve the problem. That's no solution to the problem. This road has to be widened, and it has to be made as a safe road, because you're putting 69 more homes in this development that's going to be utilizing Portner Road to go back and forth between Moss and Homedale. Homedale Road is getting, a lot of traffic on it now. We've got traffic all around us. It's getting to be a problem, and so I think it's only right that the developer, NV5, pays for the total rebuilding of Portner Road from end to end. And the reason nobody wants to touch it is when you go to the end of Portner Road near Homedale, there is no easements. People's driveways and houses are right up to the road. So it's a hot potato if they want to go in there and develop it. And nobody wants to touch it. And I think it's only fair that they pay for doing it. I don't think we should have to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Lars Kohlberg.
Madam Mayor, committee members, well, how many know what the problem is? Pretty clear, right? So I want to make a proposal for a semi-solution to the problem. We're not going to stop this subdivision. You're not going to stop this subdivision. It's growth and it's going to happen. I understand that. But we can mitigate some of the issue that is going to be happening with this development and as many homes as it is in this development. My 2 proposals would be, 1, if they want to match what is there in the surroundings, especially on the smaller east section, then match the lot sizes that are currently there. They're 1/2 acre to 2 acre lots. Cut the home size or increase the home size. Don't put 24 homes crammed into 6 acres with a street and grass area. I mean, they're matchbox homes. I'm sorry, but that's ludicrous. And that is not what's there. You would lessen the impact as many people that are gonna be living there and have a impact on those roadways. Personally, I have an issue. My house is directly across the small east section, and I have an ingress regress on either side of my home on Portland. Okay? We have 4 ingress regress between the 2 sections on the Portner. Portner is the smallest and the most impacted road, and it's not made for that. I would like to make a suggestion that at least one of the ingress regress come out to the side of the Wagers home. There is a rental home there. It would match directly up with the street that goes into the other subdivision, and I'm sorry. Oneida. It matches absolutely direct up to it. It would be legal to do. It would take at least one of the ingress regresses off Portner and put it to Moss. Moss is no better. It's a wider street, but there's nowhere to go because there is no lights on. There is no lights on any road except for Midway and Homedale, period. That's it. So as far as a fix to the solution or a solution to the problems that we all see, that's what I propose. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So I have a quick question. So staff, can you use a cursor or something to show us what he's talking about? Because I wasn't able to see actually.
Okay. Where
I
the
think-
cursor is,
Yeah.
directly across Moss is another subdivision, and Oneida is the street coming out onto Moss.
And that's it right there.
If you go straight across onto the Wagers proposed, that is, her house is to the left, and her rental house is right where the cursor is going through.
Okay.
Get rid of the rental house. Like I said, nobody lives there. Old Lady Wager does not live there, hasn't lived there in a long, long time. The rental house is there, there is someone renting there, I will say that. But, like I said, at least it would take some of the traffic off Portland.
So you're saying get rid of both of the roads onto Portner in that southern piece and put them out to Moss?
Well, you'd leave one to Portland Road, you'd have to have 2 ingress regress for it, right? And there's not enough room, the 600 feet, I believe is what it is, or 300 feet in between, so you'd have to leave one to Portland and one out to Moss. Or if you had few enough homes, you'd have one street ingress regress going in with a cul-de-sac. I'm a materials engineering technician, I've been here for 57 years. I'm 3rd generation, I have 5 generations, I've been in construction. I understand all this, growth is inevitable. But let's take a real hard look on kind of mitigating a little bit of it. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for coming forth with a suggested solution. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we've gone through the list of those that are signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that had intended to? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Inman. I live at 495 East Fox Bay Street in Kuna, Idaho. I'm also Teresa Wager's grandson. This development, I understand everybody's objection to, I agree with Portner Road, I agree with what you guys are all saying. I've lived out on that property for a long time too. And Teresa, by the way, has only been gone for 3 months, just so everybody knows. Everybody seems to be confused on that one.
Say that again?
Teresa Wager's only been gone for 3 months.
Okay.
After an injury, just so we're clear. So she hasn't decided whether she's moving out yet or not. So basically, this project has come, we have tried to do, when we sat down as a family, we said, what do we want to do with this property? It was really a family decision. We sat down, I mean, we've all farmed it, we've all worked it, including my 13-year-old son. So that's 5 generations of us. And when we thought, what can we do with this? We thought, what kind of business could we do? What kind of, to help the family moving forward? And we got a hold of a few friends, and they said, well, you know, you should look at the city map. What did they want there? And sure enough, it fit kind of what we were thinking was going to go there anyway. We have worked with NV5 diligently trying to come up with the best plan for you guys. Obviously, suggestions are always, welcome. We tried to work with staff completely. The original renderings of these were totally different. We have changed them basically to exactly what the city has wanted. We're trying to make this as easy as possible. Portner Road is a bad road. It's currently dangerous in its current form. It's not like it's gonna safe road now and it's not gonna be a safe road when there's more houses there. It's not safe now. And improvement doesn't look like it's coming from the county or the city. This actually would be improvement on that road. Yeah, it's not perfect. It's not all the way, but it's not gonna happen anytime soon and it's already dangerous. So I just wanna thank you guys for your time. Kind of let you know, I know you guys probably don't hear from the families too often, so I just wanted to share my opinion on it. And yeah, if you guys have any questions for me, let me know.
Thank you so much for coming forward. And I have to say, it's a big deal to change from a family dairy and to move forward. And I just think it's wonderful that you would have a subdivision to at least memorialize the farm, because it's big to be changing from the farm to wherever we're going. And thank you so much for coming forward and speaking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify this evening? Yes.
My name is Brian Smith, and I live on 116 North Loper Street in Mossy Point, but I was born and raised on Moss Lane and Portner, and the whole, like that other gentleman said, we rode our bikes up Moss Lane. It's always been a lane. Nobody ever wants to repave it. They just want to keep putting chip seal on it, fixing the potholes. Trying to get out on the boulevard is horrible. So I never go that way. When I leave Mossy Point, I go to Moss Lane and then right Prairie Road to Homedale to where the traffic light is. That's where you get out. The issue that I have is, yeah, they want to fix half of that road, but the part like this other gal put all the pictures up so you can see, nobody wants to touch that up there. And then I appreciate the houses. They showed nice pictures of all the big RVs in those big houses. How's those RVs going to get out of that subdivision? Once those people figure out that that's where the traffic light is on Homedale, that's where they're going to go. They're going to go right up Portner through that little narrow road. It's like a goat trail. I appreciate the family. I really do. You got a lot of land there. You want to sell it and want all these houses to come in there? Great. It's all going to happen. Our farmland's turning into housing developments. But you never want to touch the roads. Nobody wants to improve that stuff. We need to improve the roads and make them safe for our kids to walk down and go places before you start building all these houses. Portner from the bottom to the top has got to be fixed. Please. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. It's appreciated. Is there anyone else? We don't normally do twice around.
I'm sorry about that, Mayor. My question is, she showed these London Park. These lots are not as wide as London Park. They cannot build them kind of houses on these lot size.
Okay.
They have, if you go over to London Park, these houses are 35 to 40 feet apart, and they're on bigger lots. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
What was your name, sir?
It was Pat.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify during this time frame? Okay, seeing none, this is the opportunity for the applicant to return and to provide some response, and then we'll also have staff maybe answer some questions too. But Bonnie, thank you. I'm sure you've taken notes.
Thank you, Mayor Kling and members of the council. Again, Bonnie Layton, 690 South Industry Way, Meridian, Idaho. Just to clarify, NV5, there's been some statements. We are not the developer. We're an engineering firm, so we are not developing the property. We're representing the property owners in this application. So just wanted to make sure that I got that clear. And Definitely the concerns that we've heard from the residents tonight are the same concerns that we heard at Planning and Zoning here, as well as at Planning and Zoning in Caldwell and at the City Council in Caldwell. And as Christy mentioned, our proposal tonight is on the lower side of the density for both actually the City of Nampa as well as the City of Caldwell. In Caldwell, we were commended on the fact that we were actually at a more of a R1 density instead of an R2 density in their zoning designation. And that was really a desire to not cram as many lots on here as possible and to create a quality development with homes that, yes, some of these lot sizes are able to fit a 3-car garage, an RV bay. Some of these lots are 100 feet wide, so there's plenty of width for that. Again, I understand this is an urbanizing area, and as Rob mentioned, the first thing that we sat down, we said, let's look at what the City of Nampa wants for this area. We are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Medium-density residential is what the designation was. We fall within that with our zoning request. And again, being kind of on the low side of what those lot sizes could be. Let's see. I understand that there are concerns about Portner Road. Nampa Highway District Number 1 is the authority on that road. As Christy mentioned, and in your staff report, they did not have any concerns. Our traffic impact study went above and beyond. Again, if you were looking in a vacuum at just this part of the project or of the property that the wagers own, we wouldn't have even done one. But we went above and beyond and did the traffic study that included all of the property. And as Christy mentioned, it didn't show any significant impacts that would be above and beyond what would be expected. We have provided, we exceed the open space requirements for the city code. I think there were some comments about open spaces. We have trail systems along the lateral, as well as parks that are accessible for the different pods of homes. Water was brought up as an issue. I want to be clear, we intend to connect to city water services. This will not affect individual wells in the area, as we intend to connect onto the city services as we would regularly be required to do. Connections, roadway connections. I've heard this a few times, that they're connecting onto my road. These are public roadways. These are public right-of-ways, and we are required to make those connections. Typically, we would connect from the Caldwell piece. The City of Caldwell specifically did not want us to make those connections. So you can see on the 40-acre parcel, we have 2 cul-de-sacs. There's a parcel to the east of us up there that has a cul-de-sac that had a stub road into it. I understand that there have been inquiries from folks wanting to develop that piece of property at some point in the future, but they won't have connection into the Caldwell parcel. And same with the south. So what we did on that 40-acre parcel is we tried to be sensitive to the residents of the county subdivision, the Bernie subdivision there. And we created a buffer strip along the north side of Meeker. Again, I was looking online at, I agree with one of the neighbors' comments that Meeker Avenue, it looks like the pavement is in decent condition, but we're in agreement to upgrade that if need be, given the fact that we'll have 19 lots heading out Midway, probably primarily along Meeker, as the traffic pattern will go Meeker and head north on Midway Boulevard. And let's see, just looking through my notes here. As Rob had mentioned, or maybe the family really was looking at a plan for what's the next step for this. In 1937, this was all farmland. And over time, as it's urbanized, it's becoming harder and harder to farm infill parcels like this. It's becoming less and less economically viable. I believe Rob testified in Caldwell, actually, that really, in order to make it pencil for the farmer, they really just lease it out for the taxes and maybe some water rights. It's not a whole lot. The livelihood and usefulness as a dairy and as a farm has diminished to the point that it's time for the next evolution for this property. And we believe that having a quality subdivision that's consistent with the comprehensive plan, with the zoning code, with the development patterns in the area and what is coming, is the right time and the right place for this development. And with that, I think that covers my rebuttal unless you have any other questions for me at this time.
Mayor? Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you. One of my questions, if I might kind of flesh this out, you made the comment that Caldwell specifically did not want you to make the connection with that piece that's in Caldwell. Why?
Councilman Levy, yes, that is correct. It was actually a request from their mapping department that they were concerned about addressing and residents being in one city and then driving across the street and being on the other side. It was a unique request that we haven't seen before, but we complied with staff's request on that and redesigned our project.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilman?
Bonnie, it appears in your letter to Christy Watkins that the original proposal was 71 building lots, then it was cut back to 69. And now, just for clarification purposes, our staff report indicates 67. So I was just wondering, is it 67 or 69?
Councilman Haverfield, that is correct. It is 67. We made some minor revisions, and in those tweaks, we've come down to 67.
67. Okay, and then my follow-up question for you then is you talked about the traffic study that was done for the Caldwell and the proposed Nampa subdivisions, but in reality, this needs to be a standalone study to make any sense. So was the study incorporating any crossover traffic from the Caldwell section onto the portion that would then go on to Portner?
Councilman Haverfield, I'd have to, it actually accounted for, I think it was 178 lots was our initial design. And it looked at where the traffic was flowing. It took all of it together, not just a separate piece.
So there would have been contributing traffic onto Portner then from that upper section, possibly through that development.
Actually, it never did because it did not cross over the canal. On the Nampa side, Christy, if you can kind of, we always showed, so initially we had the cul-de-sac in Caldwell. It came down and then it cul-de-saced at the bottom, but it didn't cross over the lateral.
So a portion of the traffic that would be generated off of that upper section that would be in Nampa would have gone over potentially into the Caldwell side in the traffic study?
Potentially, however, and I would have to look at those numbers. None of that, though, everything west of the lateral was never going to go to Portner. There was never a roadway connection there. So the traffic load on Portner remained the same. Actually, it dropped by a couple lots.
I was just thinking that there would be less traffic generated onto Portner had it had the crossover potential out of that portion of the property. The lower east section would never be affected by it, but that section could have been affected by the amount of traffic that could have been generated or less traffic onto Portner as a part of the traffic study, and that you don't have that answer.
I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding you. There was never a connection across the lateral that way, so any of the traffic that had been in Caldwell, had that connection gone through, would have not made it over to Portner regardless.
So the traffic study then that incorporated this lower section, all of that traffic out of that center section would have gone on to Portner in the traffic study, correct?
No. I guess go ahead.
Maybe
I'm sorry.
not making myself clear, but it's kind of hard when you're talking Caldwell and Nampa and
Yeah, and
everything
without
else.
a pointer, I apologize.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the traffic study accurately represents the distribution of the traffic in this proposal.
for this proposal.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. It needed to almost be a standalone study to make any sense, how it affects Portner.
It does, so the study looked at where each of the vehicles and lots would travel to. And so while it studied the entire development, the effects at each individual intersection were looked at based on the contributing traffic that this development will have.
Thank you.
That was better. Sorry about that. I apologize.
It's kind of hard without a pointer.
It is. We need to work on that. We used to be able to point.
Like this, you can just point that way, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pointers
I
don't
know
work
where
on the
end of my
television.
finger is.
So, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Bonnie, here's a couple of questions that I am concerned with. In our staff report, or in our packet, it said that the Napa Highway District does not have any issues with this. I bet they'll have an issue with it now, when we tell them, you gotta fix it. And so, that's more of a statement, but I'm wondering if you can contact them and ask them, what if they can do something with it? And I know it's probably a low priority, but it's a higher priority for these folks. The other thing is, I'm sorry, I didn't let you explain.
Councilman Rodriguez, I think that's a very fair statement, kind of following up on the comments made about the funds that are now available through the feds. Oftentimes, those funds, they like to see partnerships, right? Developer contributions as well as agency contributions. This could be a prime project for whether it's the city or it's the highway district to say, hey, we've got this development coming in. The developer's committed to do this amount of improvements. Boy, it's basically a 50-50 match. I think it would be a strong candidate for the highway district to make an application if they were so inclined.
I think it'd be something to look at. But I get the picture, the whole picture that I see here. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks to me that this plat, or the way you have you brought up this proposal of houses and location and entry and exit, and like you're protecting the wages residents using the Portner route. So, Mr. Lars, I forgot your last name, sir. Colbert. Did you think about his idea of rerouting that traffic to save what is the issue here is Portner?
Councilman Rodriguez, we did take a look at that, and that was one of the things we initially went through with staff, with Caleb on. Do we align with the entrance to the south? How does that impact the plan? How does that impact traffic? Moss is a collector. It's a higher rated road than Portner. We believe that there was more safety entering onto Portner and then onto Moss, as opposed to having two entrances onto Moss lined up here, plus then you'd have the Portner one. And so we felt like in order to try to increase the safety along Moss, that Portner would be the more appropriate avenue to bring that traffic down onto.
It would be better access for the residences, right?
Yes, and not only for our project, but also there's several driveways along to the west of us, a lot of homes that front on. One more access onto Moss felt like it's just one more chance for somebody making a turn one way and somebody making a turn the other way.
Okay, also. Mr. Bryant brought forth the topic that you could not have 3-car garage or the size of those vehicles or of the residences on that small of a property. What's the answer to that? And I know you reduced the amount of residences.
Councilman Rodriguez, in looking at our plat, so let's just look at the homes. So these images were provided for architectural style and character. Some of these are smaller, narrower width homes, but we do have several homes in the southeast corner there. Let's see, north of, should have brought my readers up with me. Shorthorn Loop, some of those lots in there are 100 feet in width. Actually, it's on the south side of Shorthorn Loop. So there's plenty, given the setbacks, there's plenty of width in there to adequately fit a 3-car garage.
Okay. Now, Mr. Shelley brought up the point about water.
Yes.
And I know you're going to connect to the city of Nampa if this is approved. However, let's make it clear that the city of Nampa or your development will not impede or impose on their water, right?
That is correct, Councilman Rodriguez. We will connect to the city services. We'll have pressurized irrigation. Those improvements are intended to be in compliance not only with city code, but state code. We are not allowed to affect the water rights of other folks. That's controlled, obviously, by this body as well as the irrigation district. So our development will not have an effect on water levels, irrigation rights of the adjacent property owners. We're mandated to make sure that their service is not interrupted by our development.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Mayor Kling, I have a follow-up question for staff once we get through.
So, and I don't know if staff wants to comment on water issues. I am not a water expert, but the water tables are very different in South Nampa from this area. It's a different aquifer. And so we can't apply the same concerns because they are actually 2 different aquifers based on my understanding. And the city water, the only thing that would change, because it's city water and city sewer that would be coming through. So it would not in any way be drawing from that aquifer and those wells. But Tom, would you like to speak to that? Thank you. I want to make sure I don't speak out of turn.
Yeah, so that's correct, Mayor. So the city pumps water out of basically 200 feet down out of the aquifer and it's recharged to the Boise River drainage. There's a break point over by Lake Lowell where it changes, aquifers change. That's where, and heading down towards the Snake River, that's where we're seeing the more issues with water quality and quantity. So in this particular area where the water tables are stable.
And that's my understanding, listening to the state talk about the water, the aquifers and where we are with the aquifers. And I thank you for mentioning that our wells are 200 feet deep. It's a different aquifer. It's
Right.
way down.
Yeah, so a lot of that's the drinking water aquifer, and then there's a shallower one that often is used for irrigation. And that one does fluctuate some based on irrigation use, but ours is down deep and stable.
Okay. Thank you. Yep. And then I'll let you, there's a gentleman at the back that has a question. You can see what his question is. I'll let Tom visit with you. Okay. So are there other questions at this time? Okay. Thank you. We'll move our questions to staff.
Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
So I'd have a question for Christy, since
Yes.
she prepared the report, if she's still here. There she is. our report, our staff report that you prepared, there's concerns raised by the Valley View School District as far as capacity. What weight should we be using their comments as far as on our decision this evening if they don't have capacity for the students that would occupy these homes, and there's no follow-up from the city of Nampa? And is this in the Valley View School District and they cannot come into the Nampa School District? Where would these kids go to school?
Councilman Haverfield, that is my understanding. They are in the Valley View School District, and we don't currently have a joint agreement with them to cross over. So they would be going to Valley View schools.
So again, what weight should we be putting on the comments that have been made by the Valley View School District about not having adequate capacity at the elementary through high school level for students that might be living in this area?
So that would be a determination that you all need to make. I don't know how to tell you to make that decision.
But the city of
It's-
Caldwell didn't have an issue of granting that upper portion, knowing the same, or having the same
Having the
statement.
same information.
So when I look at the, on the subject line from Eddie Thiel's office, ANN 0211 and then SPP, are those Caldwell designations that those numbers came from?
No, those are our file numbers.
They are? Okay. So, again, I mean, that's just where I'm scratching my head. What do we do with that statement stating that, yeah, you can go ahead and build these homes, but they don't have capacity in the schools to cover them in Valley View, and we can't accept them into Nampa? That's a tough
yeah.
decision to have to make.
Councilman Haverfield, I feel you. That is not an easy decision to make, especially when we don't have any control over how the funding works for that, other than as voters, we vote for more bonds. That's the only way to remedy that situation, and I don't know how to help you make that decision.
And I think our
Thank you.
applicant has an answer, would like to provide
I
response
was
to your
just going to ask
question.
legal if he needed to weigh in on that. If we make a decision that will directly impact another school district that we don't have control over, what liability do we take on as a governing body?
Be the same one that Caldwell has, because they should have, but I think our applicant has a response to that question. So
Okay.
if we could give her opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Kling, members of the council. One of the things to consider in this would be the timing and phasing of the project. We anticipate that the project would start in Caldwell, and so the Nampa piece would be further down the line. Unfortunately, the school district says they're concerned about capacity, but they don't get into a timeline, what their solutions are, and when those timelines are coming on board. It's something that we hear often. There's school districts I work in a few different jurisdictions. They're coming up with creative ways to help solve that problem. And so we do our best. Again, we didn't max out the density on either of these city sites, and expect to have some retirees. I think it's 0.69 is another school district testified that you can anticipate 0.69 students per residence. That's kind of the national number to go off of for a ratio, if that is helpful at all.
It's less than one student per home,
That's the national average according to
or a really short person?
according to one of the CUNA School District members. I was at another hearing.
Well, it's good to hear that they're having, well, I guess it's good and bad, but with the current state of students in classrooms and homeschooling and private schooling availability, it's good to know that they're having a struggle trying to provide space. But was this same issue raised with the upper portion with the Caldwell decision? Were they faced with the same information that we've been given about capacity issues?
Actually, it didn't come up in Caldwell. I'm trying to think.
Was that a county issue?
It's a service area for the school district issue. And I know that there are some charter schools and some other private schools in the area that maybe some of those students could go to.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
I should have just left you there and asked you the question. Sorry.
No,
I would
no
like to
problem.
ask one more question, that is, have you considered increasing from an RS6, the lot size, to better align with some of the other lots that are close by the county lots?
Mayor Kling, that's actually where we dropped a couple of lots when we submitted our plan originally. Staff came back with comments to try to ask us to better buffer and match and per the code. The residents of the Bernie subdivision, which is kind of Wilma Lane and Bernie Drive, in our initial meetings, they were very concerned and vocal about the impact of this subdivision. And so we located a large portion of our open space, backing up to them so that they felt like they still had a bit of space. And then just trying to be in compliance with that medium density designation that the city had identified. The parcels to the north of us, let's see, oops. Well, actually, I'll go to this one. So the circle is where our property is located. North of us, there's some more medium density residential. Across the way, there's some projects in the city of Caldwell that have been improved that have some higher density. So it's consistent with the development pattern in the area. And so that's, we looked and made our adjustments to make sure that we were in compliance for buffering per staff comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do we have any further questions? Okay, no questions for the applicant? If we have no further questions, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. What is the will of council?
Mayor?
Yes.
I just would like to throw some food for thought out to the council, and you can kind of give me some feedback. One of my big problems I see is a compatibility issue. As I look at the surrounding properties and the homes, and then I see the three phases of this coming project, to me, it's just kind of like it's there, and it takes precedence over everything around it. And seeing the beautiful pictures that the representative has taken of this London, I don't remember the rest of the phraseology for the name of the subdivision. I look at the homes, and they're beautiful, beautiful quality homes, but I still don't see the compatibility of the surrounding neighborhood. I also look at the school district issue, and I appreciate Councilman Haverfield bringing that out. We ask these agencies for their input for a reason. And I believe as we are looking to the vision of our city and what's that going to look like, we have to look at that big picture and what are we putting off onto the Valley View School District or those families that are going to be coming in there, because I have a really hard time believing that they're, and I'm not doubting the lady's word, but 0.69 per household. I don't really know people that have less than one child in their home. So I'm thinking there's got to be more than that for students that are going to go to a school district, which then pushes it out to another issue is bonding, which goes to our taxpayers. And that's another hardship for them. And speaking of pushing something on down the road, I look at the reality of that Portner Road, and the developer is going to develop a section, which that's all fine and dandy to a point, but it still pushes that problem further on down the road to the taxpayers, to the municipalities, to the county. And so who's going to foot that bill to develop and to make that road adequate for everyone? It's going to cause frustrations and struggle. And then even though our staff told us that the piece of property that's contiguous that would make it qualify for annexation and zoning, it's just so small. And I understand that meets the state code, but I still have a problem kind of wrapping my head around that it's such a small section that that's what makes it contiguous. So anyway, I just, compatibility, the school district pushing things down the road with Portner Road, and then the contiguous properties. So those are my comments, and if the council wants to give me some feedback, I'm open for it.
I will, just on a couple of things regarding the contiguous property, that is a standard that we have set as a city that we've done previously. That is not something new or unusual, how it connects at that point. It's not out of a standard that we have done as a city. So I just wanted to make a comment on that one. Regarding the cost, our taxpayers and the school levy, no matter what we do, the Valley View School, anyone in the Valley View School District, whether we annex or don't annex, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if Caldwell moves forward and we don't, and Valley View decides to levy for a new school, and those residents, the county residents are in the Valley View School District, they will be subject to that no matter what we do. Our decision tonight, I mean, other than we are adding homes. So, but if Caldwell goes in, which they are, it would be the same. And they're all going to end up paying the same. Right, we would be adding, though, to the situation with this number of homes.
And just segue on that, thank you, Mayor, is would the surrounding existing properties then be picking up that bonding and that levy as a result of us approving that? But I really would value the rest of the council's input as well.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Thank you, Sandy. 'Cause this is what I was thinking exactly. Exactly what you're talking about is what is going to affect these folks. And I believe that we need a better view of this whole project and proposal before I approve it. We're not there yet in my book. If this Nampa Highway District wants to present something about what to do with Portner Road, yeah, that's fine. But then again, the taxpayers are paying that. We are paying for that. And I have an issue with that. Here we were earlier talking about a major intersection of Davis and Midland Boulevard. And now we're talking about a minor street road that we want to spend taxpayers' money on. And I'm just not with it yet. So of the statements that I have made earlier today, I just can't go with this proposal yet. That's where I stand.
Thank you. Councilman Bauer.
I'm a little bit conflicted too. I'll turn this on. I like the development as far as like the homes, impact fees, the positive. There'll be a lot of benefits to a nice development going in. I also have concerns about that road being way too small. So I was going to see what Randy thought about that road.
Ordner? Are you done?
Yep.
Well, my thoughts, I'm kind of conflicted as well because it's in our area of impact. So we don't want Caldwell jumping over and trying to get our property. So if there's a way to make this work, I think that was the first thing that I thought of. My concern about Portner, though, is only improving half of a section and half of a section, and they're not in alignment with each other. There's no connectivity that is pleasant to me to visualize. And when I look at the amount of traffic that's going to be generated on the northern portion southbound down to Moss, I think that should be a fully improved road section, not a partially improved. Even if there's a crossover of sidewalks from one side to the other, I think the road section needs to be full width to make it worth. And so it's not the taxpayer that's paying for that, it's the developer that's paying for it. So that's the one thing to keep in mind. We're talking about development dollars improving those conditions, not our taxpayers. So when you look at the value added, it would be an improvement to the people that live on Portner having that road be an improved road section. So I don't know if that's an answer to your question, but I think that would be important to me, that the full road width would be improved, not just half and half, sidewalk and sidewalk can happen the way they are, but there would need to be a crossover of some, whether it's a speed bump at that location with a crosswalk over the top of it like we did over by Snake River Elementary, something that would slow traffic down as it moves southbound to Moss, but I don't know. That's where my concerns lie, and then I still don't know what to do with the school district issue of forcing Valley View into a position where they have to bond for another school whatever, since we can't take them on, but the private schools seem to be picking up the difference. Napa Christian's near there, and other schools that are private schools that would be picking up those students. So if that's not our concern at this point, I think the development has some merit to it. The larger lots around the perimeter of the eastern section, and I see homes that are in the line of something like at Steel Falls. Those are half-acre and smaller lots there. So lot compatibility, I think, would be good, and little larger homes would increase value. That's usually more affluent people that are building those homes that don't really have kids. So I can see the ratio when you divide it across a number of home sites where it could come up with 0.69. It's just hard to envision a person that's only a 0.69.
Councilman
Normally it'd be
Haverfield,
pretty- yeah.
you said something that I have a question on, and that was the likelihood of Caldwell coming into our impact area to annex that property in, to go ahead and move forward with the subdivision. What is the likelihood of that happening? This is staff that I'd like to ask, because you guys said in those discussions. Can that happen?
Have Bonnie come back.
I have no idea. You touched on it, and it causes me to ask the question.
Mayor, council, the impact areas that the city of Nampa and the city of Caldwell have currently were negotiated a number of years ago between the two agencies, and the agreement that has been in place is that we would not annex into Caldwell's area, and they would not annex into ours without the permission or agreeance of the other jurisdiction. That being said, there is nothing binding to that agreement. If the applicant were to request to Caldwell saying Nampa chose not to proceed and we would like to ask you, it would be Caldwell's discretion to honor that agreement or not at their choice.
Okay. And the highway district, the road situation, none of that really changes.
The existing roadway is what it is today. Improvements to that, to build a full section would require right-of-way annexation from property that the developer does not control. And so that would be a difficult condition to meet unless they had a willing adjacent neighbor that was willing to work with them on that. And the improvements to the northern portion of Portner are at the discretion of the highway district unless we choose to annex that road, and then they would be at our discretion.
Thank you.
Mayor, Daniel, if we choose to annex Portner, then the full length of both of these properties, then we could have a full road section potentially. Is that right?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, no. There's not, unless the city were willing to go to condemnation on portions of those right-of-ways that would be needed to have a full section. The proposal that is there today, or the proposal that we have placed as a condition, they will be widening that road so that it will be a full two-lane section to that roadway plus some, because they'll build their full half plus out to the existing rebuild portion. So there will be a full width roadway, not a full city width roadway, but a full two-lane roadway through there plus some pavement.
So you'd have a rural section on the west side, on the lower section, and you'd have a
Rural
curb
section on the east side on the northern section, but the transition there would be such that You know, you'll be traveling and there will be some transition between the two, but that would be designed with the engineering plans. It would not be an abrupt transition where you had, you know, the road comes up to here, stops, and then you're over here. It'll be a gradual transition between those two at that transition point.
So there would be a slowdown anyway by virtue of that crossover.
That would likely act as a traffic calming measure, yes.
All right, thank you, Danny.
Okay, so we're in the discussion time. I think we've heard a number of comments, but it is up to the council in the direction that you would like to go.
Well, Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion, and we'll see where it goes from there. I initially would like to annex this property into the city of Nampa, but I don't go with the preliminary plat. So I'm going to make a motion without any modification whatsoever to deny the annexation and zoning into RS6, single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, zoning district and preliminary plat for Wagers Dairy subdivision at 11568 Moss Lane and on Wilma Lane for Bonnie Layton representing Lee Wilson, with the opportunity for them to return on a better plan or proposal.
So I'm kind of looking over here at legal. At the end of this denial, it says because. Do we need to provide that?
Mayor and Councilmember Rodriguez, generally what's required when you deny an application is to provide provide to the applicant what they could do, if anything, to gain approval. So this is an annexation, which is very discretionary on your part. You can simply say, you know, we don't want to annex at this time with this proposal. And you've expressed some various questions or concerns about it. You can articulate those if that's where the motion goes. And that would give the applicant some guidance as to how to perhaps reapply.
So I think we probably have that in your motion to deny because you have stated that
Right.
with the applicant having opportunity to come back with a resolution to the
Right.
Portner.
And of all the issues that we brought forth.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure Bonnie's taking pretty good notes. And so I'm not shutting it down completely. I just gave an opportunity to return.
Okay. So with that, I see
May
Christie.
May I
Yes.
make a quick comment? You have a couple of options here. You could. It's worse, it's worse, okay. I don't know how to get away from it. You could deny the whole project, or like you said, you're okay with annexing at this time. You could go ahead with the annexation and deny the plat. I have separated them out for you, so if you chose to do that, you could do that, and then that would force them to come back with a different plat.
Okay.
That's one option.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
you.
what was the other option?
The other option is to deny it fully, like your motion stated, but your other option would be to break them apart and approve the annexation and deny the plat.
Which works more, what is more adaptable? I mean, what is going to be easier for the developer? Is it keep it together and deny it all completely, or break it up like this?
To break it apart would be easier on the
Would
applicant.
it? Okay.
Yes.
So in that case, then I will modify my motion, Mayor.
Okay.
Did I get a second on that? I didn't yet.
No, you did not.
Okay.
So you are welcome to modify your motion.
Okay. I move to approve the annexation and zoning to, I'm having trouble with the zoning too. I'm going to stay as is. I'm not going to modify my motion.
Okay. So your motion is to deny the, I'd have to go back to that other.
I move to deny the annexation and zoning to RS6, zoning district and preliminary plat for Wagers Dairy subdivision.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and we have a question for legal.
Todd, the annexation request, I don't have any issues with. The zoning to RS6, we were talking about transitional zoning. If we don't tie it to an exhibit, how do we maintain, if we allow it to be an RS6, to make sure that we have the compatibility that they provided in the first presentation?
That's a good, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, that's a good question. If you're approving annexation and zoning without an exhibit, it doesn't give a lot of guidance or doesn't give you the opportunity to hold them accountable to, certain conditions or a site plan. You could potentially address that in a development agreement. But again, that you don't have a site plan, so to speak, that really fits with what you would like to do. So it's a good question. And maybe you can address it if you're comfortable to a certain level with a development agreement, but you don't really have a concept plan to deal with.
Our code does have compatibility requirements built into it. And this plat already complies with those codes. And if they stayed RS6, they would have to continue to comply with them. If they went to RS7, they would have to comply with those compatibility codes. If they went to RS 8.5, then they would have larger lots anyway, and then they would no longer have to comply with the compatibility. So what you have now already complies according to the requirements of our code. Even though they aren't quite as large as the lots that are there, we have a maximum size of 10,000 square feet. And that's why they lost some lots, because they had to redesign them to those 10,000 square foot lots to be compatible with the neighboring lots. If you chose to go RS6, RS7 is going to be the same requirement. RS 8.5, they actually could knock them back to RS 8.5 to 8,500 square feet.
Thank you.
Call for the vote.
Okay. So I do want to make sure we have enough discussion. Does anyone else have anything else to say?
Mayor Kling, this would be something stated just in conversation, but overheard by the people in the audience, those that obviously live in and around the area and those that are proposing this development, that I think that this could be crafted in such a way that there would be potential buy-in by the adjoining property owners if there was more conversation had with the neighbors, looking at potentially I think I counted 4 property owners south of, or along the frontage of the eastern section on Portner, that if property could be acquired to get a full section, then I can support at least southbound traffic out of the upper section on the full, on their portion that's being provided to a full section, so there's a continuation. So the lower section, as they contribute parking or traffic onto that Portner, they would be onto a full section. So it would make more sense to me to support that. But at this point, I think that they do need to come back with a different application.
Perfect. If there's no further discussion, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes to the motion.
Jangula?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Thank you for staying tonight. Thank you. I know it's late, so thank you very much, and testimony is appreciated. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and wind up our meeting, but we do need to take a 5-minute break.
I would take a break. I already did.
Well, we were going to provide 1,345 feet of infrastructure, a much better road than we have now. Now you don't have that. And you're not going to have a wide lane here. So, right here. So, you know, and if this doesn't get built, then those frontages on Midway and Homedale also don't get built. So now you have continued unsafe situations. So, I mean, it's like a bike trail through where? Yeah, I think we're gonna make it better. Yeah, we were gonna make it a lot better. There was gonna be sidewalks, so on the west side and on the east side.
Okay, we are going to get started and finish up our meeting. And the next item on the agenda, we're going back to the beginning of the agenda. Good night, ladies. Good night. We're back to the beginning of the agenda, and it's section 3, item 3, agency and commission reports, of which there are none. And we're ready for staff communications with Tom Points. And then we'll move into new business immediately after that.
Mayor, Council, just have a couple quick notes for you in the staff report. So every council meeting, we come and we talk about the snow during this time of year. So you have all the totals for the brine, the salt, and the labor hours. So we did, last week, we split the crews up and doing double shifts. So there's coverage 24 hours a day now because we knew the storms were coming. So that's been good. Also, it's just a reminder, you know, they're out there doing the best they can, but when it gets really cold like this, below 15, the chemicals, they lose a lot of their effectiveness. So the best thing to do is get out there and remove it as soon as possible before it gets packed down. You can put road salt in it, and if it warms up to 20-ish or so, and getting the sun on it, it'll actually continue to work. So that's what our strategy. I just noticed it's snowing right now. The pavement temperatures are really cold, so they're gonna have to get out. Yeah, the pavement temperatures are really cold, which makes it challenging to keep it from bonding to that pavement. So this is the last one for a while. It's supposed to warm up tomorrow morning, and mostly melt off. It's gonna be in the 40s.
It just means be careful going home.
Right, be careful going home for sure, but, so we'll continue to give you the updates on the snow removal. Hopefully, it's good to have snow, but it's also better to have it in the mountains for the irrigation because it just goes down in the Boise River if it's here, so. And then the other item, we wanted to recognize some of our wastewater industrial customers. We had 8 of our 14 industrial customers, major industrial customers were 100% compliance on all issues and flows that they sent to us through the year. And those names are on your packet. So we have Cintas Corporation, Hart and Cooley, Microsil, Silicon Services, On Semiconductor, Plexus Corporation, Porvero Filtration, Silicon Mountain, and Steelhead Metal. So we just started this last year. We have some certificates that we signed. I signed, the mayor signed. So we did have a couple of representatives here earlier, but they weren't able to stay. But anyway, we'll go ahead and get these to the. That's okay, Mayor. And so we'll get these to these companies, and you know we really appreciate this because having a consistent loading come into the plant really helps us with our treatment and keeps things running smoothly. If we get a large slug of something we don't expect, it throws off the whole operation. So
It's a really big deal, and we had intended to honor them, and that was my mistake because we should have done that before we went into public hearing, and I apologize.
It's no problem, Mayor.
I'll
We'll
let 'em
reach
know
out to
I-
them and
Please
hand deliver
give them
them.
my apologies.
Okay. Any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So the next item on our agenda is, we're moving into new business items, section 5 on our agenda. We are on page 4 of the agenda. And so action 5.1, 5.1 is an action item, and this is a request for reconsideration for annexation and zoning to RS6. And this is for the Locust Grove subdivision at 2306, 2414, 2418 East Locust Lane for Sawtooth Land Acquisition. This was approved at Planning and Zoning on 10/26, denied by City Council on 12/6. And this is strictly a request for reconsideration, and Todd, I'll let you caution us if you'd like.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So requests for reconsideration are pretty straightforward. There's no new testimony or evidence taken. You simply have the request letter in your file, and your decision is simply whether to grant the reconsideration request and rehear it. If you grant it, you schedule it again for hearing. If you decline the reconsideration request, then there's no further hearing and you're done, and the matter is concluded. So that's it, Mayor. Just that little bit of reminder of the code.
Todd, thank you so much. What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I don't have a problem with a reconsideration request because I believe that they have now done some further, well, they've created a grid matrix, it appears, of the rock formations on site, which wasn't available at our last hearing, so I would make the motion to allow the reconsideration to take place.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
No.
Jingula?
Yes.
Levi? Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, item 5.2 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a 10-year Nampa Municipal Airport fixed base operation lease agreement with Ave Center. This is for the terminal building and ramp and shade hangars. This has been reviewed and approved by legal. And if there are any questions, I think Tom would be speaking to it this evening. Is that correct?
I'll make the motion to approve, Mayor.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 5.3 is an action item. This is the council requesting to award the bid and approve the contract Project 22-002 and authorize the mayor to sign a proposal with Sprague Solutions for the purchase of cubicle furniture. This is at City Hall in the amount of $81,936.86. This is approved in our capital budget for FY22, and it has been reviewed, the document, and approved by legal.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.4 is actually an action. It's requesting, it's a resolution for disposal of the surplus facilities property. And because this is the cubicles, the surplus cubicles, I ask that it be follow this action item. And just so you know that Nicole, in working with Patrick, has done a really good job of retaining what we needed to retain. And it's pretty old equipment, and then has made the decision of what not to keep and what to go ahead and dispose of. And so this is just to approve the resolution for the disposal of that.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.5 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution implementing a hold on processing new airport improvement applications for airport improvements on city-owned ground at the Nampa Municipal Airport. It's been reviewed and approved by legal, and as per your documents, it was recommended by the Airport Commission.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Just a point, to point out, this is just a 6-month period, not indefinite.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's only during the time frame that they're working on the business plan, and that's just to ensure that as they move forward with their leases, it's in keeping with the business plan and the master plan.
I'll make the motion to proceed as stated in our packet.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jengula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item authorizing a resolution calling for a public hearing to be held on February 7th at 6:30 PM for the creation of a sidewalk LID 172, and this was approved in the FY22 budget. And just an FYI, the LIDs, and I'm sure Daniel confirmed, these are not mandatory LIDs, they're voluntary LIDs.
And
Thank
this-
you.
And this is just to allow the public hearing.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jengula?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.7 is an action item. This is the first reading of a street naming ordinance for North Gable Avenue and North Braun Place, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, naming streets North Gable Avenue and North Braun Place.
So moved. Under suspension of rules.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Beetlejuice.
Yes.
Jengula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Debbie, is that one of the shortest ever ordinances? That was short.
It was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the last ordinance you're going to read, and it was a short one.
Yep.
That was good. There you go. Okay, item 5.8 is an action item, and this is to authorize the Public Works Director to sign a professional services agreement between the City of Nampa and Keller Associates for the Cherry Lane rebuild and the widening at Franklin Boulevard to 11th Avenue North. This is Phase 2 project, key number 22017, in the amount of $95,801, time and materials not to exceed, and is approved in the FY22 budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jengula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Item 5.9 is an action item, and this is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the annual miscellaneous asphalt patch FY22 project to Asphalt Driveways and Patching Solutions, LLC, for $175,000 as approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Seconded.
Good job.
I'm getting brave.
Jumping in there. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I have a question for staff. Asphalt driveways and patching, their bid was $256. We're authorizing $175. Where's the difference coming from?
Mayor, Council, this is our annual contract for asphalt patching. So anytime the water shop or one of the other divisions has to do work and they need pavement to come in and patch, the budget is $175 based on the bid. We're over that. And this happens typically every year. We award to the budget amount. If we end up exceeding that, we would come back talking budget amendment or other funding sources to do a change order to increase that amount.
Even though their bid was for more, we're only authorizing $175.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Jengula?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 5.10 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor and the Public Works Director to sign an amended task order for the professional services agreement between the City of Nampa and Keller Associates for the elevated tank replacement study in the amount of $580,507. Time and materials not to exceed as approved in the FY22 budget. Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, Council, this task order amendment is for the inspection and construction services portion of the consultant contract. When we originally did the design, we knew that it was going to take us a while, and so at that point, we hadn't done the task order for these portions of the services. We are to the point where our final design is almost complete, and we plan on going out to bid this fiscal year for the start of the construction of this project. And so this is just the inspection and construction services from Keller and Associates for the tank project.
Can you remind me, I don't have it open, what we anticipate the total cost to be on this project?
The current estimate on the tank is around $7 million for the construction portion.
Mayor Kling, Daniel, is that tank still have water in it?
The existing elevated tank does still have water
So
in it,
it's still
yes.
functional as it
Yes.
is? Any leakage issues with that?
We have been keeping an eye on it, and we have not had any issues that have required any mitigation or anything at this point, though we are looking forward to decommissioning and replacing it.
And the funding for the new tank, remind us again where those dollars are coming from.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, currently they're allocated from the water fund. We do have a proposal for the development impact fees for connection fees. The funding of the growth portion of the tank is in that proposal. And so that's one of the reasons we haven't gone out to bid quite yet. But we want to get those in place so that we can use some of that impact fee money to help fund the growth portion of the tank.
How many bidders do you anticipate bidding this?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I believe when we did the south tank, it was a post-tension tank, the same as we are planning for this tank. I want to say we had 4, maybe 5 bidders total.
Were they local or out of state?
No, they were, the general contractor was McIlvain on the other tank, but the actual post-tensioning and that, they were not local that came in and did that portion of the project.
Specialized?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Daniel, I have a concern with this. One, and I need you to clarify it. It says elevated tank replacement study. And then on the side, you put time and materials not to exceed.
So the Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, the original task order started out as the study to determine a location and the needs for the size of the tank and that. And so that's why the task order is named what it is. And so it's just a continuation of that task order that started a number of years ago.
And so like Randy said, I think we already have this money held, right? It's already there. We're not coming out of 2022 yet, or 23.
No, there is adequate funds in the budget, in the FY22 budget to cover these costs. We will not be expending all of these costs in 2022 because the construction of this tank will take longer than just this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It's,
Did Natalie want to second it?
I'm good. You're good. I'll get the next one. Next
Well, there
time.
isn't
You
any
just
more.
said that.
any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Actually, I think that is our last action item of the evening. As I turn the page, we're done. So I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
Natalie, that's up to you.
You can just say so moved.
Would say no.
So moved.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Get